really. Now I have connected two devices. Just let me know. Am I audible now?
You are audible, but yes, there is echo.
Okay, is my screen there? Is my slides moving?
Your slides are not visible, ma'am.
Okay, now.
Just we are getting audio.
Is my now?
Is anyone getting the slides? Anyone from the audience? Actually,
No,
your
ma'am.
slides, your slides are not visible to me.
Just I audible?
Ma'am, it's visible.
Just let me know. Anyone is slides in front? Just the video.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
So we will
ma'am.
start.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we will start.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry again. I think my
I'm so
camera would
sorry
not be
again. I
working.
think my camera would not
Somehow
be
I
working.
connected with two
Somehow I
screens.
connected
Let
with
me just share my one screen, and from second
screens.
screen
Let
I
me
will be
just share
presenting.
a
My
very good
one
morning and warm
screen,
welcome.
and from second screen I will be presenting
A
to
very good
everyone
welcome
Ma'am,
to
ma'am,
the
echo,
day 3
ma'am,
of our
ma'am,
GIAN,
ma'am,
the day 3
echo
of
is
our
coming.
GIAN course,
Echo is coming.
which is is it fine now? Is it fine now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, yes. So today,
And
so today, is my voice getting echo?
Is my voice getting echo?
Yes, yes, yes. There
Yes,
is
yes,
echo
yes. There
problem
is
in the
echo
voice.
problem in the voice.
Okay, just wait. Okay, just wait. Now, is it fine? Your voice is audible
Your
twice.
voice
I
is
don't know
audible
what is the
twice. I don't
problem,
know what is
but we are
the
able
problem,
to
but
listen
we
it
are
twice.
able to listen it twice.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, fine.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Uh, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now is
Yes,
my voice
ma'am.
is fine? Is it all set now? Okay. Thank you, Aman.
Yes,
So sorry. So yes, today myself, Dr. Jaspal Kaur, I will be talking about applications of information theory, spiked Wigner model, MMSC, and some mutual information applications. So I warmly welcome all the present participants to the GIAN course day 3. So we have been talking about information theory from last 2 days. We already know it is a mathematical framework for quantifying information, communication and data compression. Addresses the amount of information which is contained in a message. So we try to quantify the amount of useful information. We try to identify how efficiently this message can be encoded and compressed. So we try to understand how reliable information can be transmitted over a noisy channel. So there are multiple applications we will see today in which we can apply all the concepts of information theory and all the mathematical frameworks that we have been studying and that we will be studying in the rest of our lectures. So these are the key concepts. I will quickly take you back to the entropy, which we have seen it is a measure of average uncertainty randomness in a random variable, and we have already seen the formula to derive entropy, which represents the amount of uncertainty or amount of noise in a random variable. And the mutual information, which is denoted by I, is identified as the amount of actual information present in one random variable which contains information about another. So it is represented as I of x, y, where it is represented as a differences in the entropies, entropy of x and entropy of x given y, which is multiplied with the mutual information. And then we check the channel capacity, which defines the maximum rate at which information can be transmitted with very low or minimized error. So that is the main objective that we have to follow in majorly in our signal processing systems as well as in machine learning applications, where we try to transmit the information. We try to the objective is to optimize the information transmission at a maximum rate with a very low or a minimized error. And then we talk about redundancy and compression using structure in data to reduce the number of bits. So this is what we follow in our case. The number of bits needed for the lossy or lossless compression. So we try to reduce the redundant data in the network. So we will see, already we have seen much of mathematical modeling of information theory and Spigner models. So now we will see how information theory is useful in communication systems. It has wide applications in machine learning, data compression, neuroscience and genomics, where we try to identify the information bottleneck and try to identify how we can apply information theory concepts in identifying the patterns from the gene interaction detection or in any neuroscience neural information transfer models. So this is the example that we have seen in spiked Wigner model, where we try to represent the model with the notation where we have a signal and a noise. So we try to identify that how well we can represent information and how well we are able to identify the noise out of signal, which is denoted as Z is a noise, and we try to identify a matrices representation where we have x transpose and lambda is a coefficient. So we see a wide application of spiked Wigner model in PCA, that is principal component analysis, in where we try to detect low rank signals and we try to identify the major component of a signal which can represent the entire signal and can really save capacity and can represent a better representation of a signal, representing the major components of a signal, and again we try to omit the signal that represents less information. Then we have random matrix theory. which has spectral phase transitions and a statistical detection where we will see signals versus noise hypothesis, and then we have unsupervised learning where also we can apply a spiked Wigner model. So this is all we see. We'll see random matrix theory and some more models where we can apply these models in form of in our future lectures in form of all the mathematical derivations. So talking one by one, the principal component analysis, it is generally referred as a dimensionality reduction technique where we try to extract the dominant patterns, that is the major component of patterns in the data. So in high dimensional data, we often observe a mixture of signal and noise. So our data contains both. It has some signal part, it has some noise part. So we try to identify how we can maximize the presentation of information in a signal by identifying the noisy signal, and we then remove this noise part from the signal. So this PC helps identifying spikes or low rank signals which are embedded in our noisy observations. So this detectability depends upon the strength of a signal and the eigenvalue separations. So this is another concept that we have seen, that is minimum mean squared error. So we see a minimum mean squared error also as a key concept in information theory, and it has again wide applications in signal processing systems, in machine learning, in neuroscience, in cognitive abilities, and in many other unsupervised identifying patterns from unsupervised data. So the key concept lies here that it derives the relationship between mutual information and estimation of accuracy in a noisy communication channels. So we try to estimate the random variable given another random variable. So we try to estimate the input signal based upon the given noisy output, and we try to identify that how we can derive a relationship between mutual information and estimated accuracy. So the best estimate is one that minimizes the mean squared error between the estimated value that we try to predict and the actual value that we take. And after this, we say it is a best estimation that we have identified. So we use the concept of mutual information here. Mutual information quantifies the amount of information that one random variable contains about another. So in the context of communication, we say it represents channel's capacity to transmit the information reliably. So this mean square error formula sometimes is referred as a relationship between the mutual information and MMSE, which is minimum mean squared error. So it's the derivation of mutual information with respect to signal to noise ratio, which is equal to the half of minimum mean squared error. So we have derived these derivations previously with Professor John Barbier. So I thought of conveying the theoretical part and the applications part of these derivations that we have been doing from last 2 days. So if you see here, the application part, when we try to represent MMSE in form of an equation, we try to identify the estimators. So it can be a measure of quality, it can be a posterior estimations, and it has wide application in machine learning where we try to represent the laws of denoising autoencoders, and we try to represent or use these applications in signal processing where we have to transmit a signal irrespective of noise. We try to identify the segregate the part of signal which has more information, and we then try to transmit that part of signal. Moving on, we talk about mutual information applications. So we see the mutual information is represented by capital I, which represents the entropy, and then we use this information widely in different applications, majorly into the feature selection. So if we remember applying decision trees on any of the data where we try to select a feature, that which feature is going to act as a root of my decision tree. So how to identify is generally taken care by the three algorithms that we study in decision tree: ID3, CART. So these algorithms follow the information gain, gain index and Gini ratio, which is again driven by the mutual information concept. So this is how we can apply the calculation of this mutual information into the decision trees and selection of feature for a wide range of data. Then we have wide applications in different other parts as well. Contrastive learning, we have privacy and security, where we can apply the concept of mutual information. Then we have neuroscience, where we try to encode the neural part. And then we have active learning, where some informative samples and selections are there. So how do we establish relationship between different quantities? We see the spiked Wigner model along with the concept of mutual informations represents some limits to detect the signal detectability. So here we can introduce MMSE along with the mutual information that can link the best estimators to identify a representation of a signal. And then we have the concept of information theory, which presents fundamental estimations and statistical estimations for learning and representation of my information theory concepts. Then if we check in high dimensional inference, where we have fundamental and achievable bounds, so there also we try to identify the concepts. So now why we are studying so much of mathematics, or we have been doing the various derivations yesterday in tutorials as well. So today we will see how these models can be applied into the different range of applications. One application in digital communication presents a foundation of wireless and wired networks, where we widely applied the concept of information theory and mean field theory of high dimensional Bayesian inference. Then in the concept of machine learning and AI, we try to identify feature selections. Likewise, I said in decision tree, we try to identify which feature should represent a root. Then we try calculating the entropy and information gain of all the features, and then we come on finalizing the selecting the feature that represents maximum information. So that is the representation of mutual information in context of decision trees. So then we will see how in cryptography and network security the mutual informations and information theory plays a role. And then we have neuroscience and biology following the big data and IoT. So let us see in digital communications, it ensures the error-free data transmission. So whenever we talk about communication, we talk about how our information is transmitted from one source to the destination without the any loss, and without introducing any extra noise in the information or in the signal. So we generally follow error-free data transmissions, and there are many algorithms that we follow in order to correct the codes. And then we also follow the compression part. We try to compress the data before transmission, where we follow Huffman coding, arithmetic codings, and there are many such techniques that we follow in digital communication, which are also driven by information theory concepts. Then we have the modulation and capacity. We try to also modulate our signal so that it represents the best form, which helps in optimal modulation schemes. It determines again the Shannon entropy capacity, also followed in our modulation and capacity part of digital communication. Then we also follow digital communications in wireless and 5G and emerging 6G networks. So now information theory is also bridging the gap between applications of machine learning and underlying the mathematical frameworks which play the major role in training the data in machine learning based applications. So we try to see information theory which quantifies the uncertainty and which identifies the information part efficiently from the network. So this machine learning deals with the data-driven patterns and recognition and decision making. So here are the key connections. The information theory concepts helps in identifying the capacity of a model, identify how uncertainty or how much noise is there in a signal while training a model, and then we also deal with efficiently representing and training the model and checking on the concepts of accuracy and different evaluators, where also information theory concepts plays a major role. Then we have wide applications in feature selection, in regularization, in deep learning, interpretability, and there are many generative models we utilize these days have also been backed up by the concepts of information theory and entropy. So if you see here information theory and entropy, in case of a machine learning, we try to identify entropy, which represents the measure of uncertainty in a random variable, and then we try to reduce this randomness by calculating the information gain, and then we try to split the different variables, and this is how we prepare a decision tree. So this is what I was talking about, how information theory plays an important role to identify the best estimators to become a root node in case of a decision tree, and also has wide applications in the different parts of decision tree, for example random forest and various other ensemble based methods. So this mutual information represents the dependency between the random variables, which has a tendency to select the most suitable features to break down the tree, so that we have highest mutual information with the output variable, which will result into the better models that we try to train. So sometimes we are not aware of that what type of feature selection algorithm we are using and what type of information. We generally follow the default settings. So with this information on information theory and knowing the mathematical background, it will assist us in identifying that how we can employ the optimal feature selection for the set of code or for the training or for any problem that where we try to employ the concept of decision trees or any machine learning model into a problem. And it also follows the applications in dimensionality reduction, where we have high dimensional data and we try to reduce the data into a low dimension, and then we try to represent this information in a compact form. So changing the dimensions or reducing the dimensions also has wide applications. So we also introduce a concept of information bottleneck and regularization. So if we remember applying linear regression, so down there also we try to compute some coefficients that we are going to see in this part, in the next part of our course as well. So there we introduce some regularized coefficients that regularized and also handled underfitting and overfitting of my model. So the goal here is to maximize the information bottleneck while minimizing the error where T represents. So where we try to minimize the error, this here represents we can follow information theory concepts in identifying the different layers of my deep neural networks, and it also helps in preventing overfitting and improving the generalizations which we generally follow in our linear regressions and generalized linear models. So following up, we have some advanced applications of information theory in machine learning as well. We see there is a concept of clustering. So clustering represents an unsupervised form of learning where we are given different data points and we try to identify to which particular cluster these data points follow. So we follow certain algorithms, maybe some distance based heuristics or some other algorithms where we try to identify all the objects with similar measures into the one category, and then we try to identify the different parts into the one part where we try to check So where we try to check how well we can identify an object belongs to which cluster based upon the heuristic that we are following. For example, we try to calculate the nearest neighbor, k nearest neighbor clustering algorithm, where we try to identify all the objects which are falling into the range have the similar characteristics, and we identify the algorithm identifies the objects into the same domain as a one cluster. So here we are not having any type of labels or any type of supervised learning methods into the picture. So if you see here the introduction of variational autoencoders and the uses of generative AI, the generative adversarial networks also follow entropy based metrics or information theory based metrics to evaluate the performance of models or to evaluate the process of data augmentation that we also follow nowadays as an emerging technology. Then we have another part, that is reinforcement learning, where policy of entropy encourages the exploration. So if I explain, in case of reinforcement learning, we are not having the exact labels, but we do have some rewards while attaining the better performance. So as soon as the model tunes to the best estimators, we have some activation functions to reward the model so that it learns in an auto mode and without having any supervised labels, in order to introduce the reinforcement learning part. So majorly all the games or game theory that we follow falls under the category of reinforcement learning that we follow. So having said enough about the role of information theory in digital communications, in machine learning, now we will see how information theory plays a role in cryptography and network security. So if we all know, cryptography is the art and science of the part where we try to identify the how securely we can transmit. So in digital communications, we just talk about sharing or transmitting a signal. In cryptography, we talk about how securely we transmit a signal such that nobody hampers or nobody destroys the signal and there is no attack into the network or independently on the information that we are trying to convey. So in cryptography, we always follow secure communication principles, and the theory of closed channels, information theory entropy concept has been widely used in the concept of perfect secrecy. If you see, there are many concepts of information theory. The confusion and diffusion part is also followed in cryptography and network security, where we try to transmit a signal with the help of applications of multiple cryptographic algorithms, and these algorithms are again based upon the concepts of information theory. And there are many security matrices which are based upon entropy and mutual information. And there is one more concept here I would like to introduce, which is the steganography. In case of cryptography, we try to convert the actual message, the plain text that we refer in cryptography, into the ciphertext. Whereas in steganography, we try to, and then we transmit this stago image over the communication channel such that no quality information is lost, and even the opponent is not able to identify that some information is being transmitted because we have hidden the information into a cover image. For example, I wanted to convey a key from one source to the destination. So instead of encrypting the key, in case of steganography, I will hide this key into an image or maybe an audio or a video, and then I will transmit that image, audio or video. So now receiver will receive my video which is having some part encoded into it. So all these techniques, the least significant bit, and there are many more steganographic techniques that we follow, and also has their background of mathematical frameworks which relates to the information theory part of our information theory part also plays a wide role in identifying all those parameters to transmit the information. So if you see here, the Shannon entropy has been introduced, which measures the unpredictability of information. That is also widely applied into the areas of cryptography, where we try to achieve the perfect secrecy. So if those who are working in cryptography may be able to relate, for now there is no such algorithm that is uncomputationally secure. We always try to identify a computational security and cost whenever we try to devise a cryptographic algorithm that converts our plain text into a ciphertext, and also we try to achieve the perfect secrecy. So here the ciphertext reveals no information about the actual message, conveys the perfect secrecy in a optimal or in the best algorithm that we try to devise. So the condition that we follow here, how we can relate it to the information theory and probability science, that identifying the entropy or identifying the information is given any ciphertext, plain text is not recoverable. That means unless until we have a key or we know the algorithm, nobody will be able to identify the plain text out of the ciphertext, which is also represented here in form of probability in a condition h of given the probability of plain text given the ciphertext, and then we try to identify that it is only dependent upon plain text. So that means one time pad is one of the cryptographic algorithm that is now till now considered as one of a perfect secrecy example, but it imposes other challenges in order to deploy this algorithm one time pad into the systems or during the transmission. So this is how we can identify the role of information theory in sharing any signal or in identifying the mutual information. So looking at mutual information into cryptanalysis. So have we talked enough about cryptography and steganography? Now the term cryptanalysis is the part where we try to analyze the algorithm in form where we don't want algorithm to break down. So that means as an opponent we try to identify the security features of my proposed algorithm, and here also mutual information and information theory plays a role, particularly where we try to identify a brute force analysis, where we try to identify a side channel attacks, we try to identify a key leakage, we try to identify a opponent has got the somehow access of a key range. Then how can we minimize the information of plain text on ciphertext is what we follow in case of a cryptanalysis, and here also the mutual information is represented in one or other form in order to apply these concepts in cryptanalysis of any algorithm. The another part is key management. So whenever we talk about cryptographic algorithm, we have several keys. Majorly we have two types of cryptographic algorithm. One is the symmetric key, another is the asymmetric key. So in symmetric key algorithms, we follow one key. The same key is used for the encryption at the source when a signal is to be transferred, and the same key is used at the destination site where the signal will be recovered by using the same key. So it has its own pros and cons. Whereas in case of a asymmetric cipher, we have two set of keys. One key is used for encryption and one key is used for decryption. So we have separate set of keys. So when a user has separate set of keys, we need an agency or we need a third party that will be managing the keys. So here comes the role of key management in cryptography. Whenever we have to distribute the keys, down there also entropy plays a major role to identify the randomness and the noise-based systems. And keys, it is referred in cryptography, in key management infrastructures, that these keys should have high entropy to resist for brute force attacks. Now, what is the meaning of brute force attacks here? We try to employ all set of keys on the algorithm to identify, can we recover a readable plain text from a given ciphertext without knowing the key. That is the cryptanalysis of any algorithm with the help of a brute force attack. So here also we follow the concept of entropy, where we say all the keys that we are using of either a symmetric or asymmetric keys should have high entropy to resist the brute force attack. So information theory also plays another role in evaluating the randomness in key generators. So there are many algorithms where we use any random number, and this random number follows the different algorithms. For example, RSA, we follow a large prime number. So identifying the randomness in all those key generators, information theory again plays here a major role, where we try to identify that how well we can make key management in cryptographic systems by following these frameworks. So if we see the modern cryptographic systems such as quantum cryptography, multi-party computations, secret sharing schemes, or some resilient cryptographic techniques, so all these techniques are also ensured by the concept of information theory and unlimited computing power against the adversaries, so that nobody is able to hamper or modify the information that one source is trying to transmit from one channel to another channel with the help of any cryptographic algorithm applied to the plain text. So this is all we represent the role of information theory in cryptographic systems. So coming to the next part, where we try to represent the role of information theory in neuroscience and biology. So information theory also helps to quantify how biological systems process, transmit and store the information. So there are cognitive systems where we try to nowadays simulate the computer based neural networks, also like the computations of our brain or a human mind. So neuroscience is the science which deals with the neural encoding and the brain communication of all these informations, and how the information is processed, transmitted and stored. So in case of biology, we study the generating information, the molecular interactions, the biological part. And in case of information theory, the role of information theory is to understand the efficiency, robustness or the complexity of these biological systems or these information systems that we are trying to build, which mimic the human mind. And we try to come over these applications where we try to identify how well we can mimic the mind of a human brain with the help of neural networks or any part of the machine learning that can play a major role in taking a decision based upon the different learning experiences that we provide as a input to the model. So here the entropy quantifies variability in the neural spikes, and we can identify these spikes by the different information theory models. So it uses how much information neuron encode about any action, about any stimuli. So higher is the entropy, represents more capacity for information representation in the neural networks. So it helps in decoding the brain activity using different types of EEG signals, or maybe some different electrophysiology, or maybe some other types of signals that can be better represented if we understand the concept of these coding and information theory models. So in brain communication also, mutual information measures how well a neural response represents a stimuli. That means how it is used to map the stimulus response relationships in any sensory systems. So it also has wide applications in visual, auditory and motor cortex analysis. And mutual information also helps assessing effective connectivity between the brain regions, and it also plays an important role. So we generally keep on applying these models into cryptography, into neural networks, or into the neuroscience or the biological sciences, or even into the machine learning. So we never undergo these underlying mathematics, which represents how we can change these frameworks, which can introduce any type of fundamental contribution to our research. To those who are doing some research based part, we can also follow these methods or these frameworks, which can be really helpful in identifying, or it can really enhance your maybe for graduation students, it can enhance your capstone projects that you do, the MTech dissertation part that the students follow, and the PhD research. So we always keep on applying from the application layer part, whereas Professor John Barber is trying to connect all those applications with the mathematical frame. And that is why I thought of talking about all those models can be applied to the different themes, how and when. So talking about the applications, so we have the brain computer interfaces, neuroprosthetics rely on the different information theory principles, we have synthetic biology, evolutionary biology, and the future lies in integrating information theory with the artificial intelligence models to model a brain inspired computing, which is nowadays very emerging technology among the researchers to work upon. So those who are looking for a problem statement for their masters or PhD, they can check how can we apply information theory and AI to model brain inspired computing. So this is all for the applications of information theory into the biological systems or the neural science systems. So now moving on to talking about role of IT in big data, role of information theory in big data and IoT based networks. If we see information theory, it represents a mathematical framework which represents to measure information and quantifying information into the different addresses. So whereas a big data poses its own challenges, if we talk about big data, you see here we talk about volume, variety, velocity, veracity, and now these V's are extended in many other domains. So that means when we don't have a structured data, or we are not having a well quantified data, rather than we are having a streamlined data which is not following a quantified structure, which is larger in volume, has more heterogeneity, we are unable to represent this data by means of a database systems. So down there we follow the big data paradigms, we follow the Hadoop based distributed file system to store this data, and here we can also again employ all the information theory frameworks into the data compression, where we try to efficiently store this large heterogeneous data. Then we have noise reduction, we can clean and identify the usable or the more interesting data by reducing the noise out of the signals that we have when we have to store the data. Then the transmission efficiency, which optimizes the data flow across the networks. So this is where we say the use of entropy coding in the data lakes for the compression has also played a wide role in storing this big data into the frameworks. So this is how all these models can be connected to the big data systems, where we have larger amount of data and we try to store these data into the different nodes following the Hadoop based distributed file systems and MapReduce frameworks to work upon these different parts of information that we try to store. So talking about IoT, IoT devices generate huge continuous data, and information theory enables this smart in data encoding to save the bandwidth, because nowadays we have so many IoT devices and sensors which generates a streamlined real-time data which we are unable to handle, and there are so much huge continuous streamlines of data that we need to know which part of data to store, which part of data to compress, and how to identifying the different transmission errors into the data. So if we see the role of information theory, we can identify the data encoding, the reliable communication, and the detection and correction of transmission errors. So these applications have smart homes, autonomous vehicles we have nowadays, wearable technology, all the smart watches we are wearing, we are having the smart machines as well, smart ACs, smart washing machines. So they detect and identifying the correct signal, and here also we can apply signal theory, information theory, which can play a vital role in the applications that we work upon. So following on, it also reduces the storage and bandwidth needs. It also offers smarter decision making systems. It enhances the scalability in analytics infrastructure. So this is how we can follow the big data and IoT based networks can also employ these information theory and high dimensional frameworks for Bayesian inference to identify and to propose any methods that can have a optimized representation of storing this huge data into the system. So with this, I will stop here, that this is how we can relate that what all part we are going to cover in, we have covered in the last lectures, and what all mathematical frameworks we are going to cover into the next part. So with this, I hope I try to convey the part that how well we connect from uh, the models or the Bayesian inferences or the theory, that part we have covered, and this is how we can relate it to the different applications ranging from machine learning, cryptography, biological systems, big data, IoT, etc. So this is all I wanted to present, that how the information theory and these spiked Wigner model and mutual information can play a role in our different applications that we are working on. Okay, so with this, is there anything anyone wants to say? Or maybe request anyone to on their camera. We may take one screenshot.
Please, any questions from the audience side? Any questions from the audience side? Any questions? Any questions? Any queries?
Okay, then I think at 11:40 John Barbier will join. So
projection पे
I think somebody has their mic on. So I request everyone to please mute themselves. Okay, so should we stop here?
Thank you, Dr. Jaspal. Started journey. Firstly, I replace Pooja and Jaspal with your mic. Please switch off. Please switch off.
Okay, I will mute all.
So thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jaspal. We started today's journey with you and you discussed various concepts.
पर आपने तो अपना पार्ट एक्सप्लेन करना ही था, मैम करने ही नहीं थी.
I think someone is talking.
All now.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Thank you, Dr. Jaspal. We started today's journey with you And you
Okay,
discussed
thank
a
you.
lot about the information coding, compression technique, cryptography, ML, neural networks, and you touched a lot of topics like big data, role of machine learning, even neuroimaging also. So it was great, and thanks for the informative session. And now we'll join at 11:40 with Professor John Parker. Okay,
ठीक है.
so
Okay,
all of
thank
you
you.
now leave, and we'll start the next session by 11:40.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Hello, hello Jasper. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes. Did your course went well? Jasper?
Yes, sir.
I was curious if your course went well.
Just wait, sir. I am not able to hear. Yes, please come again. Yes, sir.
I was curious to know if your course went well. Can you hear me?
Yes, it went well. Yes, we have taken one lecture about applications of information theory into various domains.
Okay.
So I hope I could relate to what all mathematical frameworks we are doing to the application area. So I hope now students will be able to, all the participants will be able to match up what we are doing.
Okay. Okay. You let me know when I should start.
Okay, sir.
I think most of the participants has joined. So you can start your session.
Okay. All right. As I do every day, could I ask some of the students to please show themselves, just to interact a bit? That's okay.
Candidates, please switch on your cameras and interact with Professor John. Yes, anyone from the audience? Yes, Jagriti is here.
Okay. Hello. I don't know why the others are so shy. It's a bit strange to me, but I'm being completely honest, but I cannot change it. So let's continue like this. All right. So yesterday we discussed a number of results from random matrix theory. One question on the chat was, how random matrix theory is useful in applications. So, as I have said on the chat, the RMT is used in literally every field you can think of modern data processing field. I mean, in machine learning, in inference, in neuroscience, in finance, in any place where you encounter large matrices, RMT is used. So this is a very important tool. It's a bit like asking how is the Fourier transform used in the real world. It's used everywhere. It's a very generic set of tools. Okay, so yesterday we spent quite some time discussing this BBP transition, which is this phenomenology where if you look at a spike model, which again is a GOE matrix perturbed by a rank 1 matrix, and there is some tau here that plays the role of a signal-to-noise ratio that appears. Remember that this is the mapping to the old notations. Okay, we have just rescaled everything by square root n. The question is, how does this rank 1 matrix changes this GOE matrix? So can we see from D that there was or not a rank 1 matrix hidden in it, or is it pure noise? Is it only this H component? Okay, so this result gave the answer. This result told us that if tau, the signal-to-noise ratio, is less than 1, which is the BBP transition in this problem, then the top eigenvalue of the data of D converges to the endpoint of the spectrum of the noise. So it's you only see a semicircle. Okay, so you cannot tell that there's data in the that there's a signal component in the data by just looking at its spectrum. Okay, that's not enough because you would only see the spectrum of pure noise. On the contrary, if the SNR is greater than the BBP transition, you see an outlier eigenvalue that escapes at this location. Okay, I'm actually going to take the time to show you how to derive it, as well as the BBP transition. And so from that point on, from that SNR and higher values, you can detect the presence of information, of structured information hidden in the noise. Okay, and the second part of the result is the eigenvector overlap. So it tells you that V1, which is the eigenvector associated with this largest eigenvalue, is can be thought as an estimator for this unknown vector to recover U, and so you can project this estimator onto the unknown vector U. This is the inner product, and the square of it. So why do we take a square? Because of course an eigenvector, like we're not measured, like U is measured but up to a global sign. So right, so you should keep this thing in mind, that if I take U or plus or minus U and I plug it there, the D will not be changed. It means that because I'm measuring a quadratic function of a vector, I'm losing information about the potentially global sign. Okay, so the best I can do is to reconstruct plus or minus U. I can never be sure that I've reconstructed the U itself. Maybe I reconstructed the global opposite. Okay, so that's why we're looking at the inner product between V and U, and then take an absolute value or square. And so this is a performance metric. It tells us how well is aligned our estimator with the truth. It's given by 1 minus 1 over the SNR squared. Okay, and so therefore you see that when tau goes to infinity, when the SNR becomes very large, and the data should contain only information, and indeed even this very simple estimator aligns completely with the truth, and the overlap tends to 1. So it means you reconstruct perfectly the vector as it should when the SNR goes to infinity. Okay, perfect. So then what we have done is also to derive the GOE, the semicircle law based on computing the Stieltjes transform by the cavity method, the Stieltjes transform of the GOE ensemble, and then using the Stieltjes inversion formula, we got back the semicircle law. Okay, So what I want to do now is to derive, to give you some ideas on how to derive this result. It's not complicated, so it's interesting to take a look, and it will give you some important basic tools from RMT. So personally, I think that if one does no derivation at all, shows no single proofs in a theoretical course like this, it doesn't make so much sense either. So as I said at the beginning, the most important for me is that you understand the concepts, what we're talking about, but having some methods, some proofs techniques is also important. It's at some point you need to do it also to understand. Okay, so what we want to identify is what is the critical value of the SNR beyond which an outlier escapes the semicircle law. When is the perturbation, the rank 1 perturbation of this GOE strong enough such that it will escape the bulk of eigenvalue due to the semicircle law? Okay. So to prove this, we're going to use a very simple formula, which is very important to know, at least that it exists. It's called the Sherman-Morrison formula. It's a generic results from linear algebra, like the Schur complement formula gave us a recipe to take inverses of block matrices. Okay. The Sherman-Morrison formula is a formula to get an inverse again, but of a matrix perturbed by a rank 1 matrix. Okay, so the point is the following: if you have a matrix A that is invertible and you perturb it by a rank 1 matrix, and assume that you already know the inverse of A. Okay, you already took the time and computational effort, you've done and now you're just adding a rank 1 perturbation. So the level of matrix, adding a rank 1 matrix is really like a perturbation. It's just a matrix with one non-zero eigenvalue. So it should not modify too much the original matrix. And so somehow you should be able to exploit your knowledge of the inverse of A that you already have in order to get the inverse of the perturbed matrix faster. And this is the case indeed, and Sherman-Morrison tells you how to do that. So X and Y here are just vectors, such that so capital letters are capital bold are matrices, bold small letters are vectors. So this is a rank 1 matrix. Okay, it's a column times it's a column times a row. So the inverse of such a rank 1 perturbation is equal to the inverse of the original matrix that you already know, minus the inverse of A, X, Y transpose, inverse of A, 1 plus Y transpose, inverse of A, X. Okay, so it's a formula. And you see that you don't need to compute any additional inverses. These are just matrix vector products that you need to compute there. This inverse you already know. So to compute the inverse of the updated matrix, you don't need to compute a new inverse. You just need to apply this formula, which are just matrix multiplications. Okay? So it's effective, because if you had to compute this inverse brute force directly, again, it would take an amount of operations which would scale like n cubed, if n is the size of the matrix. Instead, here you are multiplying vectors and matrices, so computing this takes order n squared. So you see, by applying Sherman-Morrison, you go from a complexity which is n cubed to n squared. So you have a big computational gain. Okay. Okay, so let's apply this formula again to the resolvent. Okay, we are going to study the resolvent to get all the answers. Okay. So we write down the resolvent matrix associated with the data in the spike-Wigner model. So we have Z identity minus D, and D is equal to H plus tau UU transpose. So this is the resolvent associated with it, okay, by definition. So let's look at what happens if we take the inverse. So here you see we are in the framework of Sherman-Moison because we have a full rank matrix. This is a full rank matrix plus a rank 1 matrix. So we can apply what I just wrote there, and it will give exactly this, right? Because A here is Z minus H, is the full rank matrix. And if you invert Z minus H, this is just the resolvent of H only. Okay? So we have the first term there. Here we have minus, here we have a plus. So this minus becomes a plus. Plus tau and this, okay, x and y for us are just u transpose. So this term is exactly this, right? A inverse again is the g of h here. U transpose g of h, 1 minus, because again I have to change of sign, u transpose ghu. Okay, so it's a direct application of Sherman-Moison. Okay, so now we want to study where is the location of a possible outlier eigenvalue for the data. Okay, now by outlier I mean an eigenvalue which will be at a location beyond the end point of the semicircle law. Okay, it means that it goes beyond the eigenvalues of the noise. Okay, so you see that how can we detect the location of an eigenvalue from the resolvent of a matrix? Remember, for a generic matrix M, the resolvent so the resolvent is well defined for everywhere in the complex plane for Z. The only locations that you cannot, that you have to avoid are the locations of the eigenvalues of M, right? Because if you set Z to an eigenvalue of M, I remember that this, if you do the spectral decomposition, is written like this. You see that there will be a term here that will explode if Z takes a value equal to one of the lambda i's. So this Stieltjes transform is not well defined only at the locations of the eigenvalues of M, because you get divergences. Okay? So it means that if you are away from eigenvalues of this matrix, this is a well-defined analytic function. There is no poles, no problem. And at location of eigenvalues, you have poles. Okay? Perfect. So you see, by definition, now we are focusing on a Z, which will belong to the real axis, because we want to detect the presence of an eigenvalue. So it's a real number because we're working with symmetric matrices, which is beyond, which is strictly after the endpoint of the semicircle. So let's look at a Z which is strictly greater than 2. Okay? For a Z strictly greater than 2, and we want this resolvent to explode at this location. It means that D has an eigenvalue at this location, at this outlier. Okay? This divergence cannot come from this term. This is the resolvent of the noise only, and when the eigenvalues of this matrix H are bounded between -2 and 2. Okay? So the only possible source of divergence comes from this term. But again, the numerator is well defined for Z greater than 2, because the numerator here is only is an analytic function of Z, because it's just products of these resolvents. Okay? So the only possibility for observing a divergence is that this denominator goes to 0, so that this term explodes. Okay? So this gives us an equation for the location of the outlier. We can simply look at a z strictly greater than 2, so beyond the GOE, the semicircle, such that this denominator explodes. Okay? So this is what I'm saying. We're looking for a solution to this equation. We want this denominator to be 0, which will lead a divergence in the resolvent matrix of the data. And therefore, it indicates the presence of an eigenvalue, which by construction is not in -2 and 2. So it's an outlier. Okay? So we just solve this equation. That's very simple. Because again, we use the same trick that if you sandwich, you see here we have a quadratic form. We have U transpose a matrix G, U. And this U is a vector which is independent of this matrix H and therefore this matrix G. Okay? By independence, you can show that when n is large, in the large system limit, such a quadratic form always tends to the trace of the matrix. Okay? So as before, 1 over n the trace, because this vector has a unit norm, so you get a 1 over n. So again, the 1 over n trace of this matrix is, when n is large, precisely the Stieltjes transform, okay, by definition of the Stieltjes transform. So what we obtain is, we are looking for a z beyond 2, so we call it lambda 1, the top eigenvalue, such that this equation is verified, and we know that this term here is essentially the Stieltjes transform of the semicircle law. So we have this equation. Okay? And that's it. You solve it, and this gives the critical value. This gives the location of the outlier eigenvalue. Okay? And if you solve it, you realize that this equation has a solution only, so a solution outside the semicircle, so greater than 2, only if the SNR is greater than 1. Otherwise, there is no solution outside of the bulk. It means there is no outlier. Okay? So we have done two things. We have found the location of the outlier eigenvalue, which is given by this equation. And this you can solve it, and it gives what was in the result. So it gives this thing. This is a very simple equation. It's a quadratic equation to solve. So we have the location of the outlier eigenvalue, and we also have the condition under which this outlier exists, which is this condition. So we have the BBP transition, the critical value of the signal-to-noise ratio. So we solved the first part of the result, location of outlier and critical value of the SNR. Is there a question? Okay, I will assume not. If there's one, just stop me. Okay. So you see, I mean, it's very simple, the analysis. It's surprisingly simple. Of course, then you may wonder why does it have a name, and why did we discover this until just in 2000? These kind of things were known, but to make them rigorous, you have to work a bit more. Here, it's what I'm showing to you is not fully rigorous. You have to be slightly more careful, but yes, it's surprisingly simple. The true proof, the complete proof is what I'm saying, but you have to fill in all the epsilons, of course. Okay, let me finish then the proof of the BVP result. So now we have shown this. So using Sherman-Morrison, we have shown that if tau is less than 1, we do not observe an outlier. And if tau is greater than 1, there is an outlier, so an eigenvalue beyond 2. And we also got the location of this eigenvalue. Okay. Now let's first maybe show you that I'm not lying, and then maybe I will show you this result. So maybe I can show simulation. Yeah. Yes. If there is a question, that's a good time also while I'm opening. Okay, let me share for a moment my screen. Do you see my screen right now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. All right. So let's start just with the simple. So just want to show to you that I'm not lying, and so you can try also. You see these are one-line codes. It's very simple. So the first thing is to show you that the semicircle distribution is really there. So I'm going to draw a random matrix X, which will have Gaussian entries with 0 mean and variance 1 over n. This is what's written there is the standard deviation. Okay. And then I'm adding X to its transpose and divide by square root 2. When I do that, you should check that what I'm constructing is precisely a GOE. You see, because when I'm summing X, so this matrix X here is non-symmetric, the one I generate first here. And they all have variance 1 over n. So when I symmetrize it by adding X transpose, you see that I'm adding Xij plus Xji, which are two independent Gaussians. And so when I sum independent Gaussians, the mean remains 0. I'm summing the means. And I'm summing the variances. Okay, so the variance of the off-diagonal elements of this matrix is 2, but then I divide by square root 2. When I divide by square root 2, I'm dividing the variance by 2. So now this is a symmetric matrix where the off-diagonal elements have a variance 1 over n. Instead, for the diagonal entries, I'm just summing twice the same element there. So I'm multiplying the variance by 4, which I then divide by 2. And so I obtain a variance equal to 2 on the diagonal. So this matrix here, once I symmetrize it here, it's precisely a GOE as defined in the lecture notes. And then I will diagonalize it. So I look at the eigenvalues of this matrix and I show you the histogram, really all the eigenvalues. And I will put on top the semicircle law to see if it fits well, and I will do that for multiple sizes. So n will go from 10 to 1000, and we'll see how good is the theoretical prediction. So each time you see a different figure, it's just that I'm resampling a new GOE matrix, and so that's why you see fluctuations, because each time the code is running is getting a new matrix for a given size n, and you see what happens. So the semicircle law is in blue there, and so you see that if you plot many matrices, you see fluctuations from one to the other. So it's because the size is small, and therefore the asymptotic theory is not very precise. So you see the locations of the eigenvalues. But as soon as I increase n, now n is maybe 100, you see right away very quick convergence of the empirical histogram to the semicircle law. Okay? And you see that it is very unlikely you see sometime an eigenvalue that slightly escaped 2 or minus 2, but it does not happen often and it really doesn't go far, even if the size is very small. It's just 100 there. Let me increase more the size. Now I go towards 1000. You see now that the description is essentially perfect and you will almost never see an eigenvalue escaping the bulk and the semicircle. So you see random matrix theories. So first you have very quick convergence to asymptotic results, and it works. It's very precise. Okay, perfect. You can do the same for V-sharp matrices. So V-sharp matrices again is an empirical covariance. So I'm generating X. So here I can show you two things. First, let me generate really a V-sharp matrix defined as in the course. So X is a Gaussian matrix where the elements have zero mean variance 1 of size n by t, okay? And then I'm constructing this empirical covariance X times X transpose, and I divide by t. And again, I do the same. I plot the histogram of eigenvalues, and I do that for different aspect ratio. You remember Q was controlling the ratio between the two dimensions of X. And let me change n, and you see as soon as n is 10 here, we see 10 eigenvalues, but if I make 10 even equal to less than 100, we see already an almost perfect match with the asymptotic law, which is this blue curve here. And if I change Q, so the aspect ratio of my matrix X, of which I compute the covariance, we see that the empirical spectrum changes and the asymptotic description remains very precise. Okay, and of course, if I increase more the size of the matrix X, the match is even better. Okay, so you see what you can do is that if you have a true data matrix, you can, let's say, you can compute its covariance, and you can put on top the V-sharp distribution, and if you see something else, you can already know that your matrix is not pure noise. Okay, let me show you another thing. I want to illustrate this notion of universality that I mentioned at the beginning of the course. Let me now not take any more X to be made of Gaussian entries, but of something else which has the same mean and variance. For example, we can take X to be made of plus and minus ones. So now it is a much more structured matrix, but still the matrix elements are independent, and this is the important point. But the mean, now they are Rademacher variables. Their mean is still 0, the variance is still 1, but that now every value of X can take just one of two values, plus and minus 1. And I do the same. I compute the covariance of this matrix and plot the histogram of eigenvalues. And you see that the Marchenko-Pastor description still works. This is what universality means in random matrix theory. The details of the matrix in question do not matter. You have kind of universality classes, okay? You have, it doesn't really, even if you do the theory studying Gaussian matrices because it's convenient, the final result apply to much broader class of matrices. Okay, as long as you have enough independence between the matrix elements, the semicircle distribution will work for symmetric matrix with Gaussian entries. With independent entries or weakly dependent entries, and V-sharp will work for their covariance, even if the entries are not truly Gaussian. They can be something else. As soon as they're sufficiently independent and therefore can be thought as noise, because if you just draw an array within weakly dependent entries, it's basically rubbish. There are no interesting structure to exploit. Independence means no structure. Then it will be described in a universal manner by the V-sharp distribution. for the covariance, or by the semicircle for the matrix itself. Okay, so this is what I mean by universality. Let me now not take any more plus and minus 1 entries for X, just to show that it's robust. Now the entries of X will be real numbers between minus square root 3 and square root 3. This is the uniform distribution on an interval, and the interval is chosen such that the mean is 0 and the variance is again 1. Okay, and I can do the same. And it again works. So you have strong universality. Okay, the details do not matter. And that's why you can apply these tools to understand complex nuclei, complex objects in quantum mechanics, because the details do not matter. As at the moment where you have enough independence and complexity in the sense of large size, this kind of random matrix theory predictions will apply. Okay? Is there a question there, or? I can show you now the BBP transition. So I do the same. I will generate a GOE matrix, exactly the same as before, that I call now the noise. So X is a non-symmetric Gaussian matrix with the correct mean and variance. I symmetrize it, and I construct my GOE matrix. Now I generate an arbitrary vector of unit norm. In this case, I don't force the norm to be strictly 1, but if you generate a Gaussian vector with 0 mean and variance 1 over n, it is very much concentrated. The norm is very close to 1 anyway. You don't need to enforce it. So I draw a U, which I will call the information, but here I draw it Gaussian, but I can draw it in any arbitrary way. It will not change. You can even take the components of this vector to be 1 and then all zeros, and you would observe the same as what I'm going to show. Then I construct my data as noise plus a signal-to-noise ratio that I call A here, times the tensor product of U with itself. So this is my rank 1 matrix, U transpose. Okay? And then I do the same. I will plot the histogram of eigenvalues of the data now of Y, and compare this to the semicircle law and to the BBP predictions. So let's do this. Oops. Okay, so here n, the size is 10, and this cursor here controls the signal-to-noise ratio. So let's increase the size. You see already I'm not even at 100, and already we see a nice semicircle law. And in red, I'm emphasizing the maximum eigenvalue, the empirical maximum eigenvalue. So the one for the true matrix. No, sorry. In red, it's the location predicted by the BBP result, the one we derived. It's A plus 1 over A in this notation. Okay? So it is the location of, in theory, where should be the maximum eigenvalue of the data if the size is large enough. And now I increase the signal-to-noise ratio, and you see that indeed, until A is equal to 1, the BPP theory predicts that the maximum eigenvalue should remain at 2. And this is what we see. Okay. But beyond a critical value of A equal to 1, here I'm scanning A from 0 to 3. So here I'm still below 1, and at some point, A is large enough, and we see indeed an eigenvalue, a single eigenvalue that escape the bulk of eigenvalues. And by the bulk, I mean those related to the noise here. And you see that the theoretical prediction in red is rather accurate, even if the size is small. Here the size is maybe 20 or 30. Let me increase the size, and you see now, of course, that the precision increases. So you see this very nice theoretical prediction that matches very well what you observe. Okay, you see this single eigenvalue there predicted by the theory. So if you take real data and you plot it and you observe something of this sort, where you see a big blob of eigenvalues which are well described by some prediction from random matrix theory, you can say that these components and the associated eigenvectors are related to rubbish, to pure noise. Well, if you see something extracting like this, escaping, it probably means that it is related to information, and maybe you should take a look at the eigenvector associated with that eigenvalue. Okay, it's probably meaningful to look at it. Is there a question or? Okay, and you can also plot the eigenvector overlap. So here I've done the experiments where I've generated my data in the spike Wiener model, and then I looked at the top, the eigenvector associated with the top eigenvalue, and I computed the inner product squared with the U, the true vector we're looking for. The BBP theory told us that this overlap when n goes to infinity should be 1 minus 1 over the SNR squared, and this is this yellow curve. It's the theoretical prediction, and the blue curve is the empirical prediction. So it's not perfect because here the size is small, but if I take the size a bit bigger, it will match even better this curve, and quickly, when n increases, you will quickly see a very good match with this yellow curve. So you see this phase transition really in the same sense as in statistical physics. You see that you have an order parameter, something that a statistic we are interested in studying. Here it's the overlap of the spectral PCA estimator, the top eigenvector of the data, with the unknown vector. It is strictly zero when the size is big before a certain phase transition point, which is the BBP transition, and then it becomes non-zero. So you have a non-analytic behavior, 0 and then non-zero. Okay, in this case the transition is said to be continuous in the sense that this order parameter changes continuously from 0 to non-zero, but you can have scenario where you have a jump, a discontinuity. It's called the first order transition, while this is called the second order transition. Okay, is there okay, we'll stop asking this because I don't get so many questions, but of course if you have any, you just stop. Perfect, so we have 10 minutes left, so I will employ them to show to you how to obtain this yellow curve, so the theoretical prediction for the spectral PCA performance. I have a
बच्चों की कम पड़ रही है टीचर्स को देने के बाद
I request everyone to please switch off your mic.
I've done it. Okay. Sharing. If someone wants this this code, it's in Mathematica. Of course, I can share it, but you can code it in 2 minutes in Python, of course. Okay. Okay, so let's prove the eigenvector overlap result. So the second part of the BBP result, and then that will be the last thing we're going to do in random matrix theory. So we want to show this. Okay. So the derivation will again be based on the analysis of the resolvent, because this is the resolvent. It contains all the useful information about the random matrix ensemble, and it's easier to manipulate than directly working with the matrix. Okay. So let's see. Eigenvector of overlap, performance of spectral PC. So let's write down the spectral decomposition of the resolvent of the data, G of D. It's a sum over all its eigenvectors, VI transpose, of its eigenvalue times its eigenvalues, Z minus lambda I. Okay, and remember these VIs are the same eigenvectors as the data itself, because the resolvent is just a shift of a matrix by a diagonal matrix, and then you take an operation which is an inverse, and the inverse applies at the level of eigenvalues. When you apply a function to a matrix, in the matrix sense, it's a function that is applied to the eigenvalues, but it leaves the eigenvectors invariant. Okay. If you apply a function to a matrix, where M can be decomposed as O diagonal matrix that I will call tau, omega, which are the eigenvectors O transpose. F of M is O F of omega O transpose, where this is the diagonal matrix with F of 1, 1, F of N, N. Okay? So the inverse, of course, only applies on the eigenvalues. So these are the eigenvectors of the data. This is our spectral decomposition of the resolvent. Perfect. So until now, we have used the resolvent only to get access to spectral properties, things related to the spectrum. Okay, but the resolvent also contains the eigenvector to extract things about eigenvectors. And indeed, this is the case. Notice the following thing. The quantity we are looking for, this squared overlap, is directly equal to the limit when Z, the argument of the resolvent, tends to the associated eigenvalue, to the eigenvalue associated to the vector of to the eigenvectors of interest, of Z minus lambda 1 times U transpose GDU. It's very simple to see. I'm taking U transpose GDU. So it's like if I'm putting my vectors there. This is my eigenvector overlap. The numerator is precisely 1 transpose U squared. So we see that this object is there when I sandwich my resolvent by the unknown mu. But now, this thing, we have all the eigenvectors overlaps that appear. Sorry, so here it's a VI. We have all these overlaps between U and VI that appear in this sum. So somehow we just need to pick one term in this sum, the one that we are interested, which is this one. Okay? While these quantities, instead mixing all these eigenvector overlaps squared with those weights. Okay, so they are mixed. Somehow we need just to pick one term in the sum. And to do so, you simply need to multiply by the denominator here associated with the eigenvector that you wish to extract, and take Z going to lambda 1. Why does it work? Because you see that so this Z minus lambda 1, for every term here in the sum which is not I equal 1, when Z will tend to lambda 1, this term will tend to a constant, which will be the difference between lambda 1 and another eigenvalue lambda I. And therefore, 1 over a constant times this, which tends to 0, will be 0. So we are cancelling all the terms that we want not to consider in this sum. Instead, for the term we are interested, we get a Z minus lambda 1, which tends to 0. So we have a divergence in this sum. The term we want to extract is exploding. And then we tame down this explosion by remultiplying by this quantity that tends to 0 at the same speed. So we are just picking the term of interest in the sum. Okay? So it's direct. Okay? And then the next trick is to use again the Sherman-Morrison formula. So you write down the resolvent in terms of the resolvent of the data in terms of the one of the GOE noise plus this term, like for the derivation of the outlier location, and you use this formula. Okay, so you multiply by z minus 1 and you sandwich, you take the quadratic form with u. And what it gives, you see, if you take the quadratic form with u of that term, again, by independence of u and g, and u is a vector of unit norm, this tends to the associated Stieltjes transform. And here H is alone, so this is the Stieltjes transform of the semicircle. So here we get the same, we get a U there, transpose, and a U here, so we get the semicircle Stieltjes transform, and we get it here as well. And at the denominator, it also appears. So when n is large, we get tau, the Stieltjes transform squared, over 1 minus tau, the Stieltjes transform. Okay? So this is direct. And now you need to take the limit of this quantity times z minus lambda 1 when z tends to lambda 1. So this thing here is analytic at lambda 1 because lambda 1 is beyond the semicircle support. So here there is no issue. So this times this really tends to 0, so this term vanishes. The non-trivial term is this times this, because precisely when z tends to lambda 1, the outlier eigenvalue, we have proven just before that this equation is verified. This equation is precisely the equation that gives us the position of lambda 1. It's the equation that characterized lambda 1 when we derived its location by Sherman-Moison. So basically this thing tends to 1. This equation is telling us that this tends to 1 when z tends to lambda 1. So this denominator is exploding. You remember this is precisely the mechanism we used to locate the outlier. So this thing is tending to 0, so that all this explodes. But this 0 is cancelled by this 0. Basically, we have the limit of, we have a 0 over a 0. How do we treat limits of 0 over 0? Using L'Hopital rule. Okay, so you consider instead the limit of the derivative over the derivative. Okay, so using this L'Hopital rule, you take the derivative of this object over this, and what you obtain is this. You do it, and this by using the form of the semicircle Stieltjes transform, you obtain directly 1 minus 1 over tau squared. Okay, so very simple derivation again. All this once you have understood that many things can be solved with the resolvent, it's just a matter of understanding the first step, how to extract the quantity you want from the resolvent. And in this case, it was very simple because this identity is direct. Okay. The non-trivial thing is then to realize that you should re-express this resolvent in terms of Sherman-Moison, in terms of extracting the component due to the noise, the resolvent of the noise. And then you solve and you get the eigenvector overlap. So we have now characterized the performance of the simplest possible algorithm you can think of, which simply takes the data, look at the top eigenvector associated with the largest eigenvalue, and calls this the estimator of U. Okay, so this is PCA. This is the simplest PCA, principal component analysis. Okay, but this is a suboptimal algorithm because this algorithm does not exploit any prior knowledge you may have about this unknown vector, this rank 1 matrix. Instead, if there is something to exploit, you should do it through the Bayesian approach, and you get better performance, and you get You remember this picture. So this is a bit of a mess, but what we describe now is the performance of this algorithm. Here is the BVP transition there, and the performance becomes non-trivial there. But there exists a better algorithm, a Bayesian algorithm, whose performance is here. So am I back? Okay. I was just concluding. I was saying that the analysis of this Bayesian algorithm gives a better performance than PCA. There will be done towards the end of the course. Discuss it a bit, but we have done something very important. We have described a threshold phenomenon, a phase in the very important signal extraction problem, and this is this BBP transition for principal component analysis. Okay. Okay, so I hope the course was clear, and is there any question that you may have?
Do we have any questions?
Okay, so if there's not, we'll meet again later.
Okay, the next, I thank Dr. Jan Barbier to please for the kind words and showing the importance of different transitions and matrices theory, also with examples. So I hope it was a fruitful session for all of us. And I am really learning and gaining a lot of things, sir, myself also. Thank you.
Great, thank you. See you later.
Yes, so we now will be joining back after 2 hours at 2:30 p.m. as per
Yes.
Indian time. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, I was off. I can start whenever you want, Jasper.
Yes, sir. I think we can start. I will again text one more time to join. So I welcome all the participants and Professor John again to restart our session. I welcome you, sir. We can start.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move to slightly different topic, which is actually very much connected, and I think one of the main points, of these lectures is precisely to show you that these seemingly remote topics are actually extremely linked. So until now we have discussed high-dimensional Bayesian inference. We have connected that to random matrix theory and the BBP transition, which allows us to quantify precisely the performance of spectral PCA. And I've mentioned that the spectral PCA is a suboptimal algorithm because it's not exploiting the prior knowledge about the signal. It's a signal agnostic algorithm. So to do better, you need to employ Bayesian techniques, so what I want to do now is to move back to this Bayesian world, but passing through another field, which is statistical mechanics. I will first spend this lecture and part of the next to recall for some of you and maybe show for the first time for the others basic notions of statistical mechanics, which is one of the three pillars of modern theoretical physics, together with the relativity of Einstein for gravity and quantum mechanics. Statistical mechanics is the study of complex systems, and it's a very generic methodology and set of methods. And so I will show you classical, of course it's a gigantic field, so I cannot say cannot present much of it, but I will just give you some basic notions through an illustration, which is one paradigmatic model of statistical mechanics, which is called the Ising model. And I've not chosen it randomly because we will see that this Ising model, which is really by far one of the most studied model in statistical physics, is deeply connected to the Spike-Wigner model. So we will see that the most paradigmatic model of statistical mechanics is actually a version of the Spike-Wigner model, or vice versa. The Spike-Wigner model is a version of the Ising model in the context of inference. So that's also the reason why I'm focusing on the Spike-Wigner model, because it's an extremely general and paradigmatic model, like the Ising model is for physics. And we will see that there is a formal mapping between the two. Okay, so may I ask again, some people in the crowd show their face, and I also would like to know who is or is not at all, so let's say, who is familiar at some level with statistical physics. Can I get a sense of this, please? Okay. All right. So no answer. So
I believe very less. I believe very less. Most of us belong to either electronics or IT or computer science. So we read physics as a part of our course in very initial years of degree. So
does it mean that you know a bit statistical physics or not?
Not really.
Not. Okay. Perfect. So I will introduce some not familiar. Okay, Rohan is not familiar, so I will spend a bit of time of introducing some basic concepts and the model, and that will be enough for then connecting this to the Bayesian inference problem that we're considering. So this is a crash course on statistical mechanics. So again, statistical mechanics is the branch of physics that is interested in studying complex systems, so systems that are composed of a very large number of entities. Okay, so originally it was devised to understand liquids, gas, materials, where the individuals there are the molecules, the atoms. But what people have understood is that somehow these techniques are not restricted to study materials and physical systems. As soon as you have enough complexity, really in the sense of having many interacting agents, you can use statistical physics, because statistical physics is statistics, and statistics is the language to analyze complexity. But it's not just statistics; it's a specific toolbox and an approach towards statistical problems. Okay, and one key concept at the core of statistical physics that it tried to explain, and it's really probably the main question that a statistical physics is interested in when tackling a problem, is the notion of phase transition. So it's the fact that you have a complex system, and when you modify, when you tune the value of some control parameter, the system can exhibit drastic change in behavior. So in physical systems, typically the control parameter is the temperature or the pressure. You can influence on this, and you see how the system reacts. And the phase transition is really a specific, let's say, point in temperature, if we think of this as the control parameter, where the system will change a lot. So you go, for example, from a liquid to gas, or from liquid to solid. Okay, so basically the individual components of the systems and the rules that dictate their physics is the same. Of course, the fundamental equations describing these individual entities, which are the theory of electromagnetism, the quantum mechanical equations, do not change with the temperature. It's the same physics. But somehow the fact of putting a lot of these agents together, if you want, the sum of its parts is more than, I mean, a complex system is more than the sum of its parts, or more is different, as said Philip Anderson, Nobel Prize in Physics. You have emergence, you have new phenomena that really arise from the complexity, and that cannot explain from the individual interactions between the agents. You really need to consider the complex system as a whole to understand what a phase transition is. How can it be that even if the local interactions between atoms are, or molecules are always the same for any temperature, how can it be that at 0 degrees Celsius, the water becomes liquid? Okay, and this is really an emergent phenomena coming from the complexity, and this is what statistical physics is trying to explain. Okay, but as we've seen already in this course, there are more abstract complex systems where we also observe phase transitions, which are information processing systems. In modern statistical inference, in machine learning, you are processing large amount of data, and you can think of this data as atoms, as individuals that interact some rules which are related to the problem you're studying. But because you have lots of data that somehow interact through the learning or inference procedure, you have emergence of new phenomena, you have enough complexity for phase transitions to occur as well in this context. Okay, but of course the control parameters are not anymore quantities like temperature or pressure. We're talking instead about signal to noise ratio and amount of data and things like this, but the physics behind this threshold phenomena like the BBP transition, for example, is the physics of phase transitions that we analyze in statistical physics. Okay, so that's for the motivation. Let me see a comment. So let me introduce some notions. So instead of giving a formal approach to statistical mechanics, of course we don't have the time. I will just focus on one model, okay? But it's a model which is so broad, so studied, and so general that you can actually understand lots of the statistical physics by just focusing on it. So this model is called the Ising model. I'm pretty sure that even if you have not studied physics, you probably heard that name. So Ising was a physicist, and he defined this model while he was doing his PhD. And this is really the paradigmatic model of a complex system. So we will see that it's extremely simple to define. The rules, so the individuals forming this complex system are extremely simple. They're just binary variables, plus or minus 1. And the way they interact is also extremely simple. And nevertheless, we will see emergence of phase transitions and complexity. So this is a complex system that is looking at spins. So we call that spins. So spins are simply binary variables. They take value in plus or minus 1. Okay? But of course, you could generalize everything I'm saying to real valued variables. This is okay. But the classical Ising model is that you are considering a vector of variables of dimension n, which are taking values in plus or minus 1. So this vector of variable is in physics language called the microstate, or a configuration. A microstate is essentially characterizing your system exactly. This is the state in which the system is. It's a vector of plus and minus ones. You can also, if you come from information theory, engineering, you can think of this as a sequence of bits, and the state of your system is the sequence of bits. It's described by the sequence, okay? And actually, let me also mention that the Ising model and everything I'm discussing now is also deeply connected to communication and error correcting codes. Maybe another example I can mention is that the Shannon capacity, so the maximum amount of bits you can transmit through a communication channel in communication, is a phase transition phenomena. You cannot send more than a certain amount of bits and being sure that the decoder will recover them reliably. The presence of this performance limit is again due to the existence of a phase transition of the very same nature as in the Spike-Wigner model or as in the Ising model. All these are connected. Okay. So
that means the number of samples should be very high in amount so that we can retrieve the exact information back. That is what you want to say?
In communication, you mean?
Yeah, yes, in communication systems.
So in communication systems, you have the goal is that, so you want to communicate through a certain noisy channel. The noise level is fixed, and you want to try to communicate at the highest possible rate. So you want to send the maximum number of information bits per channel used. So you want your sequence to be as short as possible for a given amount of information transmitted, right? And of course, the trade-off is that if your sequence is too short, it becomes harder and harder to decode at the decoder side. While if you put more redundancy, you allow longer sequences, it will be easier.
For long number of bits, we can easily retrieve the data.
Yeah, the bigger the number of bits to encode a certain information, the easier it is to retrieve the data. So
that is
the goal
is Shannon theorem is.
Yeah, exactly. Shannon is telling you that if you're trying to reduce this number of bits in order to be as efficient as possible while communicating, there is a bound to this compression level. You cannot compress more than a certain amount the information before transmitting it, otherwise you will lose information. And this result, the Shannon result, is really a result about the existence of a phase transition. You go from essentially a regime, what we call a phase in physics, where communication is reliable because you send enough, long enough sequences for the decoding to be reliable. But if you try to shorten too much, there is an amount of shortening which is not possible to reach. Beyond that point, you can prove that decoding will be unreliable. You will make errors. And this is really a phase transition. You can explain that with statistical mechanics techniques. Okay, and yes.
Yes, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. So we have our sequence of spins, or think of bits, if you prefer, which are binary variables. And we're going to associate with this microstate, with this vector, an energy function, what we call a Hamiltonian in physics, okay? So the Hamiltonian H of sigma will be defined like this. It is minus J over N, where J is a positive number, sum over every pair of components, sigma I, sigma j, minus h sum of sigma I, okay? So this energy function, which takes as input a vector of spins and output a scalar, which is the energy, depends on two parameters, this j, which we call the coupling strength, because these are couplings, these terms are couplings between components, and this is called the external field, okay? This is called the external magnetic field, okay? So it models really the fact that you can put in your experiment some magnetic field, and if you want, this magnetic field is attracting the spins in a direction. You can see that this field is indeed attracting the variables in one direction or the other, depending on its sign, through the fact that we're going now to associate a probability distribution to our vector of spins. Excuse me, this is a bit, there are a lot of things there. Should have done earlier. Let me just erase this. So we're studying this vector of spins that we think as a random variable. We have a random vector of spin, so we need to associate to it a probability distribution, which is here. And this probability distribution is called the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution, or people just call it the canonical distribution. This distribution looks like this. It is exponential of minus beta times the energy. This beta is representing what? In physics, it's representing the inverse of the temperature. So when beta is large, it means that you are considering that the system is at low temperature, and vice versa. Okay. So you see, it's a very generic model. It's just written in exponential form, but of course you can write down essentially any probability distribution in exponential form. But what is important is what this exponent is. This exponent, which is the Hamiltonian, the energy, is encoding how the variables interact with each other. Okay, and so in the Ising model, and here, sorry, there is the normalization constant, which is just the sum over all possible configurations of the numerator. And this normalization constant is called in physics the partition function. Okay. So you see that this sum over all possible configurations is a very big set to sum over, because even if every component can take only 2 values, you have 2 to the n configuration. So it's an exponential number of configurations in the number of variables n. Okay, so it's a very difficult sum to compute when n is large. It's actually not computable in general. Okay. So what is this probability distribution telling us? So you see, we have, so if I simplify the minuses, so this is what, let me rewrite explicitly. So this probability distribution is proportional to exponential minus and minus give a plus j over n sum of ij sigma I sigma j plus h sum of sigma I. Okay, so this is the weight of a given configuration. So you see, this term is trying to do what? It's trying to align the spins, right? Because a configuration with high probability is a configuration such that this exponent is high. And so you see that each time a sigma I is equal to a sigma j, whether they are both plus or minus 1, you get 1 unit, 1 additional unit in this sum. So you are increasing the probability. If instead sigma I is different than sigma j, you are summing a minus 1 there. So you lose a unit. So the probability is decreased. So this term is called the ferromagnetic term. So it's a term that is trying to align spins. And why do we call that ferromagnetic? Because historically, this Ising model was introduced in order to model ferromagnetism. So what is ferromagnetism? Is the fact that you have materials that present a magnetization. They're magnets. You can put them on your refrigerator and they stick. The reason is that the atoms there, they carry a kind of small magnets themselves that we call spin. They all carry a small magnet, a small spin. But of course, if some of these spins that you can think as an arrow pointing up or down are up and others are down, these kind of magnetizations that point in different directions, they cancel each other. So globally, your material is not magnetic because all these small magnets cancel each other. However, if most of these magnets point in the same direction, you obtain a global magnetization. You have a magnet. Okay, and the Ising model is precisely there to try to capture this phenomenology. So you can think of these variables as modeling these small local magnets carried by different atoms in your material. Okay, and you see that this term is trying to align all these small magnets. So this is called the ferromagnetic term. And then you have this term that tries to align these magnets independently of each other, but in the same direction. If this H is positive, this term is increased if most sigma i's are pointing up, are plus 1. If it's negative, it's trying to align the sigma i's in minus 1. Okay, so you have an interaction term, which is the source of complexity, and then you have a term which is just acting independently on every spin, which is a global term. Okay. Notice that here we have a 1 over n, while here not, because you see that this sum is of order n squared. We have order n squared terms that are summed. So we need to divide by n, such that this exponent is of order n, and is therefore competing with this one, which is also of order n, because it's a sum over n terms only, this one. Okay? Perfect. So we have this probabilistic model where spins are fluctuating, are drawn according to this probability distribution at any time, and we have a term trying to align them in the same direction, whatever is this direction, whether it's down or up, it's just trying to align them. And this term is instead breaking the symmetry between the two directions. It's trying to align them in the direction of H, which is, let's say, positive. Okay, and you see the role of this beta, this inverse temperature, is to give more weight to the Hamiltonian, in the sense that let's take two extremes. If this beta goes to 0, which means the temperature goes to infinity, basically this Hamiltonian becomes irrelevant. The exponent tends to 0, whatever is the configurations of the spins. So you get essentially the uniform measure. This becomes the uniform measure. So it means that at high temperature, the variables can take any value with the same probability, essentially. Okay, and it means that basically they are independent. Okay, so at the high temperature destroys the effect of the interactions between them. It just becomes independent variables. Okay. On the contrary, if beta tends to infinity, which means that the temperature goes to 0, at very low temperature, this exponent becomes very important, and basically it means that the only configurations that will have a non-negligible probability are those that have a high exponent there, meaning, because of the minus here, a low energy. So you see a physical system, which is described by a Boltzmann distribution, is trying to minimize the energy like this. So configurations with a smaller energy tends to have a higher probability. And those configurations with a low energy are those configurations where most of the spins have the same sign. Okay, and at the same time, they have the sign of this field H. Okay, is it understandable, this distribution? I hope so. Okay, perfect. So perfect, thank you for the feedback. So now we need to define an interesting quantity to analyze for this system, to go essentially from the microscopic description of the system in terms of its microstates. So this is really the configuration of a system. It's the sequence of bits of spins describing it. But in statistical physics, you're generally not interested in describing a system at that level. This is too fine, and you usually don't care, and you usually cannot describe all the state of a complex system in a gas or solid. You cannot. First, you're not interested in describing all the positions and velocities, which would be the microstate of your system. It describes exactly what is going on at any time. You are not interested in knowing all the positions and velocities of the particles in a gas. And moreover, even if you were interested in doing so, which I doubt so, you could not, because you could not store in a computer all these positions, and this is too much information. Okay, it grows exponentially. Yeah, there are too many configurations that you can potentially store. So this is a meaningless question. What you need to focus on are what we call macroscopic quantities, things that kind of summarize the state of your system in a more macroscopic version. So these are things you can observe and store in a computer and make sense of. Okay, so this is what we call in statistics sufficient statistics to describe the system, or an order parameter in statistical physics. So the natural order parameter in the Ising model is called the magnetization. The magnetization is simply the average magnetization. So it's the sum, the empirical average of all these little arrows, of all these spins. Okay, you make and we are interested to study the value of this quantity in the limit of large size. Okay, in statistical mechanics, we are always interested in studying what happens for the very large size limit. And of course, real systems are not infinitely large. But again, for the same reason as in inference, we can study large size limits and say things about real systems. The same in StatMech. The point is that you have concentration. Quantities like this tend to very quickly approach their theoretically computed limit, as n increase. So and the numbers we're talking about in statistical physics are huge. The typical number of variables in a statistical physics system is the Avogadro number, is something like 10 to the 24. So it's a very huge number. So you can think of it as infinite. And indeed, the asymptotic description matches very well what you observe in practice with a extremely high accuracy. Okay, so this is the limiting object, and you can even, because by concentration this object tends to its expectation. This is what concentration means. It means that a random variable becomes non-random in a certain limit and therefore tends to its expectation. This bracket here means the expectation with respect to the Gibbs measure. Like I have introduced in Bayesian inference, the bracket, was used for the expectation with respect to the posterior distribution. Here it's with respect to the Boltzmann distribution. And actually we will see that there is a fundamental link between posterior distributions and Boltzmann distributions. Okay, you can think of a posterior distribution as a Gibbs distribution of this form in the context of inference. Okay, so that's why I'm using the same notation. This bracket is acting on sigma and is averaging against this law there. Okay, so we are interested in yes, this is what I wrote there. So once you have a notion of order parameter, you have a notion of macro state, macroscopic state. So basically, it's the ensemble of microscopic states such that their magnetization take a certain value. This defines the macro state with magnetization capital M. So if you want the order parameter, so this is this function, it's the average magnetization of a configuration, is kind of configuration, which is a huge space where you have exponentially many configurations. It's really huge. In this case, it's all the points in the hypercube of dimension n. You can divide this hypercube, this configuration space, into large regions. And these regions are defined by what their magnetization is. Okay, so somehow you are clustering the space of configurations in non-overlapping regions, which are described by their magnetization. Okay, and this is what we call macro states. These different regions are different macro states. Okay, and each of these regions generally contains an exponentially large in n number of microstates of configurations. Okay, perfect. So now the question is, can we understand, can we analyze what are the macrostates that one would observe in experiments? Okay, so we want to make sense of the physics of the problem at the level of what we can observe, of the level of macroscopic variables, like this magnetization, for example. Okay? The key tool to do so is using what we call a generating function. So again, remember, like in the context of the previous lectures, we've seen that the mutual information is somehow also a generating function, because by taking a derivative with respect to the mutual information, with respect to the signal-to-noise ratio in a Gaussian channel, we had access to an order parameter of interest. It was the MMSE. Okay, so from this high-dimensional integral that is the mutual information, by taking a derivative, we access a kind of summary statistics that describe the state in which the problem is, which in the context of inference is the minimum mean square error. In physics is the same. The equivalent of the mutual information, this generating function, is called the free energy or free entropy. It depends on what sign you put. So it's a free entropy or free energy, depending on the sign that you put here. If you put a plus, it's the entropy. If you put a minus, it's the energy. So this let's say free entropy, let me take a plus because it's easier for the computation, but this is just a name, is what? It is the log of the partition function. This partition function, again, is the normalization constant of the Boltzmann distribution, okay? So I'm taking the log of this normalization and I divide by beta n, okay? And I call that the free entropy. So explicitly it looks like this. And let's be very concrete. Why would it be an interesting object? Precisely because of what I said. It's a generating function. It allows you, if you are able to compute it, it gives you direct access to all the interesting statistics, summary statistics you may want to compute for the problem, okay? So, for example, if you take a derivative of the free entropy with respect to the external field, this H, okay, you directly have access to the mean magnetization. That is the magnetization you would observe in practice in the system if you were measuring it, okay? Because even if this magnetization without the average there is random, because sigma is random, this quantity has a summary statistics by the law of large number, if you want. It's not really the law of large number because the entries of this vector depend on each other, but by a kind of advanced law of large number, by a concentration phenomenon, this random variable tends to its expectation, which is this. So we want to compute the expectation. And the expectation is given precisely by the derivative of the free entropy. This you see right away. And let me, in case it's not clear, take the derivative with respect to h of log of sum over sigma of exponential. There was the first part of the Hamiltonian, and here we add plus h sum of I sigma I. If I take a derivative with respect to h, I derive the log, so derivative of the numerator over the denominator. I get sum over sigma of exponential of the same thing, which is my Hamiltonian, times beta h, times beta sum I sigma I. And all this divided by what's inside the log, which is the partition function itself, is the normalization. And this is the expectation with respect to the Boltzmann distribution. So it's this bracket. And here I have the magnetization that appears up to a missing 1 over n, which comes from the definition of the free entropy with this 1 over n. So here this 1 over n with this construct the magnetization, and the average that is there just comes from the fact that I derive the log. Okay, so the free entropy, it's a moment generating function through this log that appears there. Okay, so you see, by derivative we have access to the order parameter, but you can access finer statistics. For example, you may wonder how much fluctuates this random variable around its mean. Okay, because I'm telling you, okay, this thing concentrates. Concentrates means that m sigma tends when n becomes very large, let's say minus its expectation, tends to 0 when n goes to infinity. Yes, this is true. The magnetization tends to its expectation when n is large, but you may wonder how fast. Okay, this is you may want to get to have some control on the rate of convergence of this random variable towards its mean. You can again use the free entropy in the very same way. If you compute the second derivative now with respect to this external field, this is an exercise. you can do it. What you realize, so you need to derive the first derivative. The first derivative was this. When you derive this with respect to h, the h appears in this bracket at the numerator and denominator of the Gibbs measure. So it appears in this part of the Hamiltonian, but also in z. So you need to be careful when doing the derivative. But if you do that carefully, what you realize is that this second derivative is equal directly to n times the variance of the magnetization. Okay? So you can get an access to this variance. And actually, you can prove usually that this second derivative is of order 1. It does not depend on n. What does it imply? It implies that the variance of the magnetization is this order 1 quantity divided by n. So the variance is scaling like 1 over n. So now you have the rate of convergence of this random magnetization towards its mean. It goes as 1 over n. Okay? This is how you control different quantities in statistical mechanics. Okay? You can get the mean, you can get the variance, you can show that it concentrates. Of course, you can do that for the magnetization, but for other quantities of interest, depending on the model. It's like in the Spike-Wigner model, we took the derivative of the mutual information, we access the minimum mean square error, but actually, if I take a second derivative, I could get access to the fluctuations of the non-averaged mean square error and the average mean square error. Okay? Perfect. If there is no question, let me discuss the notion of phase diagram. So the main goal in stat phase is then to obtain these phase diagrams. So what are they? I've already discussed this. It's basically a plot where on the y-axis you have the value of a statistic of interest that describe in which macro state the system is, in which macroscopic state it lives. In the Ising model is the magnetization, as a function of some control parameter, which in this case is the inverse temperature. Okay, but you could also here put the H, for example, the magnetic field. So in the Ising model, the phase diagram looks like this. You can analyze it and show that the magnetization will be strictly zero in the large system limit, which in physics we call the thermodynamic limit, because of course statistical physics is connected to thermodynamics. It's basically the explanation behind thermodynamics. And the thermodynamic limit is the limit where the system goes to infinity, its size. In the thermodynamic limit, in the Ising model, the magnetization is strictly zero before a certain, and then it becomes non-zero, okay? And depending on the sign of the external field, it will go to a positive value that tends to 1 when beta tends to infinity, so when the temperature goes to 0, or -1 when H is negative. So it allows to, the magnetic field allows, if you want, to select a branch between the two, okay? And so now now that we have this, we can describe the system at the macroscopic level, say in which phase it lives. Before this phase transition, the system lives in the so-called paramagnetic phase. It's a paramagnet. So when the temperature is high, it has no global magnetization, which is assessed by the fact that the sum of the local magnetizations, the sum of the spins, is 0. Okay? So paramagnet means no magnetization. So, and indeed, if you take an actual magnetization on your fridge and you put it at sufficiently high temperature, you will see that you will destroy the magnetization. It will lose it because you will place it in this paramagnetic phase. Okay? Now, if you decrease the temperature, at some point the structure, let's say the alignment induced by this term in the energy function wins against what we call the entropy, which is the effect of the temperature, which try to randomize the problem. And the problem exhibits a magnetization, okay? So here it goes from 0 to non-zero in a continuous manner. It's called a second order or continuous phase transition, like the BBP transition is. It's the same nature of phase transition in BBP. The outlier is sticks at the endpoint of the bulk of eigenvalues of the noise, and at some point it escapes in a continuous manner. And the associated error of PCA is 1, and then it's less than 1 continuously. It's a second order transition. Here is the same. The magnetization starts to become non-zero. Here is the non-analytic point. So by definition, a phase transition is really a point where the free entropy has a non-analyticity, which manifests itself by a cusp or a discontinuity in an order parameter. Okay, and indeed here, this magnetization is this is given by the first derivative of the free entropy, and you see that here the first derivative exists, but the second derivative would explode. Okay, so this is why it's called a second order. You would have a divergence in the second derivative of the so-called thermodynamic potential, the free entropy. So the magnetization, yes, I will send the notes.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the number of paramagnetic states is much higher than the number of ferromagnetic states. So this is what explains
of microstates, you mean?
Of microstates, exactly.
Yes.
So the density of states of paramagnetic is much higher. So this is what explains the irreversibility.
Yes.
Once you take it in there, then it's like, okay, it's hard to get it back into one of the smaller ferromagnetic states.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, what Julio is saying is that if you want that, there are many more configurations of spins where basically roughly half are up and down. This is sigma 1, sigma 2, sigma 3, sigma 4. So there are many more. The space of configurations, if you want, the volume of configurations is dominated by configurations where roughly half of the arrows of the spins are +1 and the other half are -1. So that's why there exists a region where you have paramagnetism. But at some point, the energy, if you want the fact that the probability distribution is defined like this, with an energy that drives the systems toward more structured configurations, at some point will win against this entropy, in the sense that even if it's true that there are many more configurations with half up and half down, the energy will reweight those fewer configurations where there is a fraction of them which are up, which is bigger than 1/2, which has therefore a magnetization, and so you will bias the probability measure towards these more rare configurations, so that globally the system has a magnetization. So you try to compete against these very many configurations.
Yeah, or the ferromagnetic states are more, I guess in our sense, more compressible.
Yeah, the ferromagnetic states are more compressible in terms of coding. Exactly. Yes, you need a compression, if you try to optimally compress configurations drawn in the ferromagnetic state, you need much less bits than one in the paramagnetic state. In terms of code, this region of the phase diagram, so at high temperature, is not compressible because it's just a random sequence of bits with roughly half +1 and half -1 without any dependencies between them, essentially. So it's a non-compressible sequence. Instead, in the ferromagnetic state, you have a bigger fraction that are, let's say, +1s than -1s. And so these configurations become compressible. You don't need as many bits, you don't need n numbers to code it, because you can just cluster them, okay? And in particular, if the beta becomes very large, if the temperature becomes very small, the magnetization tends to 1. And ultimately here, when the temperature is very, very, very small, you need only 1 bit to code the system, because you just need to tell whether all the spins are all +1s or all -1, because there are only 2 configurations allowed. You have biased your probability measure towards extremely rare configurations where all the spins have the same value. And so you can compress a lot, right? And what I'm saying are more than analogies. You can actually use Ising models to do coding, and you can analyze coding. Like most of the proofs of to study error correcting codes, whether it's for compression or communication, so lots of these error correcting codes and compression schemes are based on randomness, and they're studied through these techniques, through statistical mechanics. Okay. Okay. Let me now, so if there are no additional comments on the Ising model, I will define a slightly different version of the Ising model, which is richer and which will be directly connected to the spike-Wigner model. Okay. This model is called the Sherrington-Kirkpatrick model, SK, and it's the prototypical model of a disordered system, which is again a statistical mechanics model. But now we are going to introduce a notion of disorder. So this is also called a spin glass. So let me tell you what it means. And by the way, error correcting codes like, I don't know, low density parity check codes and things like this, for those who know, are spin glasses actually. Okay. Yesterday I've read a very nice sentence, because I found this article on Quanta magazine. I will send it on the chat later. And because there has been a Nobel Prize recently for a statistical physicist working on that develops lay the grounds for machine learning and the kind of things I'm discussing. One of them is Hopfield, which studied neural networks through statistical physics. And the article starts by saying something like, spin glasses is the most useful, useless method and approach that has been devised so far. In the sense that originally people that studied spin glasses in the 70s, this kind of model, were trying to explain very weird, like material, where basically you take a very pure material, let's say like iron, and you randomly place particles of another material, let's say gold, and you want to see how this default, this perturbation change the material. And they thought there could be interesting applications in condensed matter, which has never been the case. It was completely useless. So the original motivation was to study completely useless systems, but the set of techniques and methods and concepts that have been developed to study these useless systems ended up being one of the most useful, because now spin glass theory is really at the core of the theory of machine learning, inference, and tons of other. It's the tool to study complex systems, which is very general, of course. So I like this sentence. Spin glasses is the most useful, useless theory. This useful, useless theory is. So again, instead of being very formal, I will just introduce a model, the paradigmatic spin glass, which is called the SK model. So it's again defined by a probability distribution, a Boltzmann distribution, where now the Hamiltonian is again an Ising model. Okay, so we see again a sum of pairwise interactions between binary variables. These sigmas are the same spins as before, plus and minus ones, or bits if you want. But now, so we have a difference in the Hamiltonian. There is this term here. So you see we have a 1 over square root n in front, and we have an additional 1 over square root n. So this is the same term as before. Okay, it's what I called J before. So this is the ferromagnetic part. So this term is trying to align the spin. So if I put a minus there, if I want to, yes, if I put a minus there, it's minus there, and J0 is positive. You see that minus minus gives us a plus. This is a term which is favored by configurations by sigma I, sigma j taking the same value, whether it's plus or up or down. So it induces ferromagnetism. So this is the same term as before. Sorry. Same term as before. But now there is another term, which is this random component, Jij, which has a different scaling, 1 over square root n here. This is not a typo. And these Jij are IID random variables, which are Gaussian. Okay? So now you see we have two levels of randomness. So there is the fact that we're considering a random vector of spins. So this is the first random variable. But the probability distribution of this random vector depends itself on another randomness, on another random variable, which is this matrix of interactions, Jij. While before it was just a single parameter. Okay? Of course, you could put also an external field as before, no problem, but let's simplify. So you have a ferromagnetic term aligning the spins, trying to align the spins, and then you have these random interactions that take random signs. So you see, depending on the sign of this thing here, if this is positive, with the minus there, if this is positive, it will try to anti-align sigma I and sigma j. Let's say this, it will give 1 unit in the exponent, which will increase the probability if the two variables are of the opposite sign. But if it's negative, it's trying to align the two variables. Okay, so it means you have these interactions between all these binary variables. Some of them try to align them, some of them try to anti-align them, some of them try to align. And this create a very complex systems because, you know, you can have frustration. So what does it mean, frustration? Maybe you have a variable there, which is sigma 1, which is interacting with sigma 2, which is interacting with sigma 3, which is itself interacting with sigma 1. And let's say that we put this J12 is positive. So it's trying to align these two variables. The probability of observing plus and plus or minus and minus is larger than the opposite. Let's say that this J23 was also generated as a positive. So perfect. These two constraints agree with each other. They're both satisfied if the variables are all up. But here you could have generated randomly a J13, which is negative. So you see, you have created frustration in the sense that you cannot find the configurations where all these interactions will be satisfied. This tells B of the same in the same direction, this one as well, but this one is saying the opposite. So you need to make one of these interactions unhappy, right? And so this will induce a very complex energy landscape. This function becomes an extremely complicated function, and this probability distribution is extremely rugged and rough. So now if you look at the energy, the probability of different configurations, it's a much more complex landscape than for the Ising model, okay? And this is really the prototypical model of a disordered system. And this matrix of interaction, we call that the quenched randomness, or simply disorder. Okay, so conceptually, what you do is that you first draw at random this disorder according to its law, okay? And conditional on this disorder, you define the probability distribution of your spins, okay? This is not a probability distribution over J. J is fixed here. That's why I put it as a subscript. It's a fixed matrix, okay? It was drawn randomly earlier, but once it has been drawn, it defines this probability distribution. So it's conditioning on J. Like in inference, the post-error distribution is conditional on the data, but the data was drawn randomly earlier. So in inference, what plays the role of this quench randomness is the data, and I will make this mapping more formal after, okay? Perfect. So, okay, can I take 5 more minutes, Jasper? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. You can continue.
Okay, perfect. So now you may wonder, okay, we went from the Ising model, which is a rather simple model, yet not so simple. Despite its simplicity, we observe the phase transition, so an emergent phenomenon arising from complexity. What happens in this one? So there will be transitions as well, but to describe the nature of the phases of the system, so to describe its macroscopic states, it is not enough anymore to consider the magnetization. It's not a fine enough statistics. It's one meaningful statistics to look at. But if you want to understand a spin glass like this, you need to look at a more subtle statistics to describe its state. Okay? So what you need to define, in addition to the magnetization, because we still can have a ferromagnetic transition due to the presence of this term. If this J0 is big enough, it will win against this randomness, and the model will behave as the Ising model, okay? So it will simply align the spins in all the same direction, and you will have ferromagnetism, okay, if this is large enough. But if this is small, and the randomness is the term that matters more, different things will happen. And to describe these different things, you need another order parameter, different statistics. And this statistic is called the overlap. So what is the overlap? The overlap is simply the inner product, okay, the 1 over n inner product between two configurations of the Boltzmann distribution. So these are called replicas. I'm already mentioning this because we're going to study tomorrow the replica method. Replicas means what? Means that you just sample at random two configurations from the same distribution, from the Boltzmann distribution, which is there. So you take sample 1 and sample 2. In parentheses, this is a hard problem in general. This type of probability distributions are very hard to sample. This is a whole problem itself. If you try to do that efficiently, it can be very hard. So depending on the temperature, you may or may not be able to sample. But in general, let's assume you run a Monte Carlo procedure, you let it converge. Maybe it takes the edge of the universe, but let's say you let it converge and you obtain a first sample from this distribution. Then you do it another time, you wait the second time the edge of the universe and you get a second sample. And you compare these two samples by just computing their inner product. Okay, what's their overlap? Okay. This is what I mean by here. You take two IID samples from the Gibbs measure. They share the same J. This is important. They draw from the same Gibbs measure. So the randomness in it, the disorder in it is the same. And what will happen is that now the phase diagram will be richer. okay, you will realize that there is a new phase that you could not describe just using the magnetization that appears. So the phase diagram looks like this. Now it's a diagram as a function I put on the y-axis the inverse the temperature, sorry, so 1 over beta, and on the x-axis I put J0 divided by beta, but this is just a convention. Let's say J0, okay, the ferromagnetic term. What you see is that the system now has 3 phases instead of 2. Before we had just the paramagnetic phase where there was no global magnetization, and the ferromagnetic phase where most of the spins were aligning in the same direction. Okay. Now the picture is richer. You have still a paramagnetic phase at high temperature and sufficiently small ferromagnetic bias equal to 0. Okay. But also the overlap is equal to 0. What does it mean? It means that if you draw 2 samples from the measure, they will look completely different. They have nothing in common, essentially. They are orthogonal to each other. If you think Q is the angle between these 2 vectors, the angle is, when in the large size limit, is 0. So they are orthogonal to each other. So they are independent. Okay? Now, if you increase sufficiently the ferromagnetic term, you have a ferromagnetic region which is described by a non-zero magnetization. So you have a global alignment of the spins, and therefore the overlap is also non-zero, because if you sample the system once, let's say 70% of the spins are up. If you sample it another time, you will have again 70% of the spins up, maybe not the same, but of course you will have fraction of them in common, okay, because you have more than half that are up. And so the overlap is non-zero. These 2 configurations are not orthogonal. They have an angle, a non-trivial angle between them. So this is the same physics as the Ising model. But now there is a new phase that appears, which is extremely rich, and the study of which is a whole field in physics, and by the way, got the Nobel Prize to Giorgio Parisi 4 years ago. It's a whole field in physics, it's a whole field in mathematics, it's a whole field in computer science. It's a very, very important thing to analyze. It's called the spin glass phase. So the spin glass phase is a phase where the magnetization is 0. So if you sample the system once and you look at it, it looks like you are just a paramagnet. You have no global magnetization. It looks like you live in this phase. So you could tell, okay, I just have drawn a configuration from the classical Ising model at high temperature. You could not distinguish it from this, okay? However, something fundamentally different happens. The Q, now the overlap is non-zero. So it means that even if the system looks a configurations drawn at this temperature and this ferromagnetic bias somewhere in this phase looks random, it is not. In the sense that, yes, one configuration looks very much random, but if you draw another one, it will have something in common. So if you want the system as a memory, you draw multiple samples, they all individually look completely random, a sequence of random bits of -1 and 1s with roughly the same proportion of plus and minus 1s. But if you compare them, they will look very much alike. So somehow the system has a memory there. And actually you can use that as a memory in processing systems, okay? And in particular, these kind of phases are related also to model of neural networks that retrieve memories and all that. So this is the Hopfield model. But this is a system where, this is a phase where the system remembers, even if it looks random, it remembers from one configuration to the next where it lives somehow. So you are only sampling a subset of the space of configurations where all of these configurations individually look random, but they're close to each other somehow. Their angle is not zero. Okay? Perfect. Perfect. I think we can stop there and I will continue this afternoon. And what I will show you is that this SK model, this spin glass, is actually the Spike-Wigner model in this quiz, or vice versa, because historically the SK model appeared before. The Spike-Wigner model is an instance, is a version of the SK spin glass. And so naturally you can use statistical physics techniques to study the Spike-Wigner model, and this is the bridge between statistical mechanics and statistical inference. Okay, so we're going to do that later. So we meet in 45 minutes, I guess.
Yes, sir. We'll meet after 45
Yes.
minutes.
Okay, perfect. So see you. Have a break. Cool down your brain, and we continue after. See you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning all the basics for us. And okay, sir, we will be back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello, Jan sir. Hello, Dipti ma'am. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hello. Let me know if I should start. Don't see many people connected. Maybe it's better to wait a bit. I don't know.
Okay, sir, let's wait for 1 or 2 minutes, then we can start. I will just put up a message.
Should I start or?
Yes, sir, we may start.
Yes, you can start, sir.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we left the discussion at this point where I was introducing the prototypical spin glass, the SK model, which, as we've seen, define a class of random distributions. So it is a distribution over a binary vector, but the distributions themselves are random through their dependence in this disordered interactions J, okay? Which is called the disorder or quench randomness. We've seen that it is not anymore enough to consider the magnetization to characterize the macroscopic states of this system. One needs more subtle statistic, which is called the overlap, which is simply the angle between different configurations sampled from this distribution. And thanks to this overlap, we realize that not only there is a ferromagnetic phase where there is a non-zero magnetization, meaning a global alignment of a large fraction of the spins, but the paramagnetic phase, which is m equal to 0, is divided in two. One which is truly paramagnetic in the sense that m is 0, but also q is 0. So two configurations of the measure in this region are random, look like uniform plus and minus ones, and also they have nothing in common. They are orthogonal to each others. While here, they look random, but actually they have something in common. They live in a sub-region of the space of configurations where they are close to each other. So this divides the space in regions. Okay? Perfect. So just a word. So this model was introduced by Shenton and Kirkpatrick, who are statistical physicists in the 70s. And so still, let's say, during the time where spin glass was just a useless method before it became extremely useful. But people were driven by curiosity and like wanted to study this model in great detail, despite it had nothing to do with any sort of application at that time. And so one of the most brilliant physicists alive took the challenge, because Shenton and Kirkpatrick proposed a solution for this model based on a method that I'm going to present, the replica method, but it was not the correct solution. And then Giorgio Parisi came and proposed a more advanced heuristic, the more advanced type of calculations, which are called the replica symmetry breaking scheme. I won't discuss it, but it's a whole theory. And he got the exact solution. So, and then, I mean, it was believed to be the exact solution for 35 years before mathematicians could finally prove that Parisi's solution was indeed correct. Okay, and the goal of proving the correctness of Parisi's solution gave rise to a whole new field of mathematics, a subfield of probability, which is the mathematical study of spin glasses, which gave rise to equally many new mathematical tools than physicists provided on the physics side. So it's really, I mean, the study of these weird systems really helped gave rise to a plethora of new techniques and concepts. So it's a very rich object, this type of probability measure. Okay, so let's see how the SK model is connected to the Spike-Wigner model, the main model we're interested in. So I recall the definition here. So we have a data Y, which has been constructed as a rank 1 matrix XX transpose plus a Wigner matrix. Lambda is the signatures ratio. So here I'm using different notations. I'm sorry. So in the lecture notes, the notations are the correct ones. Here I'm calling the dimension P. It is N in the lecture notes. So equivalently, the Yij are sampled conditionally independently according to this Gaussian measure, where the mean is what we're trying to recover. Okay? Perfect. So I can write down the posterior distribution. So it is the prior, okay, times the likelihood. And I have one term in the likelihood per observation. So I have a product over Ij of my Gaussian, which is this Gaussian there. Okay. So perfect. And so now I want to show to you that it is indeed a version of the Spike model, because you see, I can just do something trivial. So I can develop this square. So this exponential here gives me Okay. And now let me consider binary variables. So in the Spike-Wigner model, I want to take this prior to be Rademacher. So I can only take plus and minus 1 values. So this term becomes trivial, it's just 1. So I can absorb it in the normalization constant by redefining the normalization. This term is also a constant with respect to x. So I can absorb it again in the normalization. We're talking about a probability measure over x. So everything that does not depend on x can be absorbed, can be simplified with the normalization. Okay. So this and that term are not there anymore for binary variables. So the only term that survive looks very much like a SK type of interaction. It's a pairwise interaction. And if I develop this term, I replace Yij by its definition. So let's call the ground truth X star, like in the notes, to make the mapping clear. Okay, so if I develop this term, I get Xi Xj square root of lambda over P Xi star Xj star plus Zij. So you see, it's exactly like the SK. We have a term in the SK. We have also a disordered interaction term, which plays the role of the noise in the spike model. And here there is the equivalent of the ferromagnetic term. This term was the J0 over square root n in the SK. Except that now this ferromagnetic term, so let me just remind you the energy function in the SK model, it was here. We had a random Gaussian term, these Gij are independent Gaussians, and then we had a constant term there with a rescaling by the square root of the system size. Okay? All this for every pair of sigma I, sigma j. Here we have the same. Yes?
Yeah. So typically we see the icing model on the lattice, but in this case you're seeing Jij as a dense matrix.
Yes, yes. So this spin glasses that so the SK model is called a mean field spin glass. So mean field emphasize here that the type of model studied by these techniques are models where every variable interacts with all the other ones. It's a kind of dense graph of interactions. Okay.
Yeah.
But of course, you can also study the Ising model on a lattice where every variable just interacts with on a grid, on a grid in 3D. And this is you need completely different techniques. It's very different. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I was also going to add that every time I think of mean field, I always think of like a low rank theory.
What does it mean?
That's like my intuition. Like, so if I wanted to solve, for example, the Schrodinger equation, if I have the wave function and then I try to do a low rank, like MPS, matrix product state, it's a low rank theory would be the Hartree-Fock.
Okay, I don't know really this. I mean, I've not studied much condensed matter, so unfortunately I cannot. I don't see this mapping, but I would be interested if you explain me maybe later the connection. I would like to know it. Thanks. I will ask you. So you see, in the SK model, we have this ferromagnetic bias here, which is biasing the spins to go towards the same direction, all up or all down, depending on the sign of this J0. Here, it's slightly more complicated in the sense that what I call now the ferromagnetic bias here depends on which I and J indices you're considering. Okay, so somehow it's a bias in the sense that It's fighting against the noise, which is completely random, but now it's not biasing the variables xi, xj all in the same direction. It's biasing the product xi, xj in the direction of the same product, but for the signal. So what induces ferromagnetism in the Ising model is actually in the SK model, what induces ferromagnetism in the SK model is, in the context of inference, the term that contains the information about the signal. It's a term that biases our variables xi, xj, which are drawn from this Poisson distribution, towards the direction of the signal. Okay, it's like if now we were indexing this j0 also by ij, but it's not a random j0 ij. It's what contains the information. Okay, and so you see this term, which is all this, is telling us that xij, the posterior samples are such that they try to align. The pair xij tries to take the same value somehow as yij, to align in the direction of yij. And in this yij, there is a term contribution, noise contribution, and a signal contribution. And the weight of one with respect to the other is, of course, the signal to noise ratio. If this lambda is very big, this Zij becomes negligible compared to this signal term, and so the posterior measure will strongly bias posterior samples towards the signal, and so inference will be possible. However, if this lambda is too small, the noise term will win somehow, and so inference will not be of a good quality. Okay? But it is exactly the form of an SK model, so it's very natural that you can study use spin glass techniques to study inference problems. So here, of course, the mapping between a spin glass and inference problems is on a case-by-case basis. So SK model is connected to Spike-Wigner model, but actually, if you consider other inference problems, you can also realize that there are somehow versions of a spin glass, and by version, usually in physics you say a planted version of a spin glass. The Spike-Wigner model is a planted SK model. What planted means here is that in the matrix of interactions, which is this Yij in the Spike-Wigner model, there is what we call a planted term. This is the planted term. It's the one that contains the information about the signal. Okay, is the term that biases towards the signal. Okay, it's what is not noise, and we call that a planted term. Okay. Okay, is the mapping fine? Okay. So really, when you are doing analysis of high-dimensional inference problems of this sort, and your goal is to compute mutual informations, MMSCs, and all that, in this GUIs you are doing statistical mechanics or vice versa. They are very much connected, these two fields. So let me make this connection. Let's write down a dictionary between all the terms I've been employing until now that connects on one side statistical mechanics and on the other side the statistical inference and information theory. Okay? Okay, so what physicists call spins or degrees of freedoms or particles, which are usually denoted by this sigma, like I've done in the Ising model, is what you call in statistical inference the variables to infer the nodes of a factor graph. If you represent your inference problem in terms of a graph, the bits to reconstruct in error correction, in communication, or simply the unknowns. Okay, so what physicists call quench randomness or disorder, which usually represent a matrix of interactions between the spins in the model, is played the roles of the data or the observations in inference. Okay, this is the mapping I've just shown right now. And indeed, in a spin glass, you first draw the random matrix of interactions, and given this matrix, given a realization of this random matrix, you define a Gibbs distribution, which is the measure of interest that you want to analyze. In inference is the same. There is some oracle, some god that said that produces some data according to some stochastic process that depends on the signal, but the data, once you have it in your hand, you cannot change it. Okay, so it's quenched, it's fixed. And then you write down the posterior distribution conditional on this data. So you also have two levels of randomness. Okay. What we call the Hamiltonian or the energy function in physics, which tells us how probable is to observe a certain microscopic configuration that we plug in the Boltzmann distribution, is basically the log of the posterior distribution in inference, because I can simply write my posterior distribution P of x given y, which is P of x P of y given x over P of y, simply as exponential of minus log px minus log p. So you see the log posterior distribution plays the role of Hamiltonian. If I write this thing in and then this normalization there, if I use the notation of physics, I call it z of y is the normalization, is the partition function. So okay, what I've done here is absolutely trivial. I just took a Poisson distribution and wrote it in exponential form. You can always do that, but just to see that what we identify as the energy in physics is simply the log of the posterior distribution. Okay. Okay, repeating myself, the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution is the posterior distribution in inference. Okay. The Gibbs bracket, so this notation that physicists love to use, which is writing an expectation with a bracket like this, is the average with respect to the Boltzmann distribution at fixed choice for the disorder. And the equivalent is the posterior average, which is indeed also conditional on the disorder, which is the data in this context. Okay. So of course, if someone has a question, you can stop me. Yeah? The partition function, which is the normalization of the Gibbs-Boltzmann distribution, is the evidence in inference. And one of the main problem, of course, in statistical physics is to be able to approximate this partition function, because from there you can get the free entropy that we've seen this morning. So you can have access to all these statistical information, the order parameters, and so on. But again, it's a very high-dimensional integral or sum to compute. If you're working with spins, it's a sum over 2 to the n configurations, or if you're considering discrete variable, it's over Rn. So it's an exponentially large volume to integrate over, which you cannot do. And this is the same difficulty in high-dimensional inference as integrating the normalization. Okay. Which require compute this normalization because the base optimal estimator is this. so you need the normalization of this distribution to compute this average, is a very hard task, and that's why in general you cannot do it. Okay. Maybe you can write down an algorithm that can try to approximate it, and it may work and it might not. Okay. And okay, what we call the free energy, or what I call the free entropy, which is the minus the free energy, which is also the log partition function, which is there. This is the log of the partition function, which depends, of course, on the realization of the disorder. And so when there is disorder, I didn't mention for DSK, we usually take the expectation of the log with respect to this disorder. We compute the average free energy with respect to this randomness, which again will give us the average magnetization, including the average with respect to all possible realization of J. So this is the main object of interest. It's really the goal to compute it, because also it tells you what happens for for instances of the problem at fixed J. Because again, this object concentrates. It concentrates in this sense. Even if you do not consider the expectation here, you fix a realization of J, but for a large system, if the system is large enough, this object without the expectation will be very close to the same with the expectation. This is concentration. Okay. So this log partition function is, in the context of inference, the Shannon entropy of the data, or up to an additive constant, which is the entropy of the noise. It is the mutual information. Okay. And you can, I will show you later that it's not just an analogy. If you write down the mutual information in inference, it will be directly connected to the log partition function of the problem. Okay. Because in the context of inference, this is the evidence. And you see that if I average the log of the evidence with respect to the data itself, this is the Shannon entropy of the data. Precisely. That's what I wrote there. You have the same structure. You see, if you map Y to J, you have the log of P of Y, which is this log of ZJ, and you have the integration over P of Y, which is this integration there. So these two things are the same. Okay. The control parameters in physics are inverse temperature, pressure, etc. In inference, it would be the signal-to-noise ratio, the relative amount of data, and so on and so forth. Okay. The other parameters in physics are the magnetization, the overlap. Here I took the average overlap. Let me show you. If I average 1 over P, I defined before the overlap as the inner product between two independent configurations from the Gibbs measure. You see that these two variables, they have the same probability distribution, but they're independent. So it means that I can push the expectation there and there, but they have the same expectation, so I get this square. Okay, so this is the average overlap. It's the sum of the squares of the expectations of every spin. Okay. These quantities are the analog of the reconstruction error, the mean square error, any error metric, any error of interest you're considering in inference, the minimum mean square error, and so on. In the context of machine learning, it would be the generalization error. You can formally relate the two. If you set up the analysis of a machine learning problem in the language of statistical physics, you will realize that in order to compute the generalization error, this quantity, the overlap between two samples from the measure you're studying in your context, will appear. So the overlap is really there everywhere. The problem of sampling in physics, so trying to obtain a configuration like this, a vector correctly drawn from the Gibbs measure, which is again in general a hard problem, is the same is the analog of computing the minimum mean square estimator. So sampling is like computing expectations. You want many samples to compute the expectations using an empirical expectation. So sampling is the same as getting the Bayes estimator. Okay, so it's a hard thing. Finding the ground state in physics, it's also an important problem. The ground state means finding the configuration that minimize the energy. Okay, so it's an optimization problem, a constrained optimization problem, because you are minimizing a function over a constrained space. This is a very hard problem as well. For example, in the SK model, if you put the Hamiltonian of the SK here that depends on the J, it's an extremely hard problem, and many computer scientists work on this, because you can, as usual in computer science, you can often prove that if you can solve efficiently one problem, then you have actually an algorithm that allows you to solve many other problems. And the SK model is one such model. It's a model that if you can prove you have an efficient algorithm to find its ground state or to sample it, you can solve tons of other optimization problems. It's called the NP-complete problem. Okay. So finding this ground state is the same as finding the maximum a posteriori estimator in inference. Indeed, this argmax does not depend on the normalization. You can just maximize the numerator, right? This is indeed the argmax of P of Y. Sorry. And you can discard this normalization because it does not depend on X. I'm optimizing over X. So I don't need to compute the normalization constant when optimizing. I'm just trying to optimize this thing. And this thing is the log posterior up to this thing I can remove. So you see, this is also the up to the normalization. This is the log of the Boltzmann distribution, is the Hamiltonian. So these two problems are the same. Okay. What we call phase, yes.
Yeah, there's one slight comment too. So the sigmas are discrete. They're 1 and minus 1. Plus 1 and minus 1. But the x in general are continuous.
Yeah, I mean,
from Gaussian.
They're not sampled from Gaussian. I mean, you mean the prior can be anything. That you can also consider an inference problem over a discrete set. It depends. Okay. I mean, it's the set over which you're trying. I mean, the prior over the unknown variables can be anything. We have considered at the beginning Rademacher prior as well. So in this case, it's really like SK. So
when we want to relate it to the spiked Wigner model, though, so this is a continuum.
Yeah. So if you want the mapping to the spiked Wigner model and SK is really more clear when the variables are binary in the spiked Wigner model, because this is how SK was defined. But you can also generalize SK and consider continuous valued spins. There are spin glasses defined over continuous variables, and then the mapping extends. Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah. So in the continuum as a circle, basically like an angle, or just infinity to make it an infinity.
There are spin glass models that are called spherical spin glasses, where your optimization is over variables that live on the sphere, for example.
Yeah, like a Heisenberg.
For example.
Ish. Yeah.
For example, yeah. Exactly. So these phase transitions in physics are also called phase transition now in computer science and information theory, also threshold phenomena. and what we call in physics a thermodynamic identity, which is this very important type of identities where you take the log partition function of your problem and you take a derivative with respect to some control parameter, and you get access to the average value of an order parameter. You have a kind of duality, you see, between control parameter and order parameter. It's a derivative with respect to a control parameter that gives access to the dual order parameter, you see, because this H and M, they are connected because in the Hamiltonian, we have a term like this. So each time I take a derivative of my log partition.
आता नहीं है मेरे घर में मैं हॉल में तुम्हारे लिए एसी लगा के रखूं
Please mute your
आई मैम
Arita.
So each time you take a derivative with respect to H, as the H, like this,
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I muted all, including Professor John Barbier also. Just give me a moment.
sorry, it's fine. I was saying that
Yes.
what I meant by duality between a control parameter and an order parameter is that when in the energy function you have terms like this, where you have some quantity that appears in front of a scalar like this. This is the control parameter, and this is the order parameter. You see that taking a derivative with respect to this control parameter of the log partition function will construct an expectation of the associated control order parameter. So for example, if I can redefine in my Hamiltonian, let's say that I'm not interested to just study the magnetization. Let's say that for some reason I wanted to look at what is I don't know, a quantity that I could call tau of sigma, which is I don't know, some function. Let's say sum over I. Let's say it's still a sum, or a generic function of my sigmas. Then I could simply redefine my model and add a term like this. Let's call this rho times tau of sigma. I'm adding this term in the Hamiltonian. And you see that now if I take a derivative, so this is called a source, because now if I take a derivative with respect to this control parameter, rho, I will get the average of the associated order parameter. So I will put the 1 over n there. So by just slightly modifying the model, I can have access to any type of statistics I want. So this is in this sense that it's a generating function. Okay. So of course I don't have to focus on the magnetization. And one of the problem in physics usually is to identify what is the correct order parameter to describe that captures the physics of the problem. Okay. The analog of these thermodynamic identities in inference is, for example, the IMMSE formula. In the same way, if I take the derivative of the mutual information between data and signal, which plays the role of my log partition function, it's related to the entropy, which is really like the free entropy in physics. And I take a derivative with respect to this control parameter, the SNR, I get access to my order parameter, which is the MMSE. Okay. By the way, this MMSE is directly related to the overlap. Let me show it to you. If I expand, so let me not take G here to make things simpler. If I expand this, so this is the norm squared of the signal. and then I have minus 2 x expectation of x inner product with bracket of x, well, bracket of x is this, plus bracket of x norm squared. Okay? And now by the Nishimura identity, you remember I can replace the ground truth by a new sample from the posterior. So I can rewrite all this x1, this is my first sample, x2, and this is the same, plus the same thing. So it gives this. So here I use the Nishimura identity to simplify. So you see, this is the overlap that appears. So it's exactly like in the SK model. It's the average of the angle of the inner product between two samples from the Gibbs measure, which in this case is the posterior measure. Okay? Okay. Perfect. Are there any questions on this mapping? No? Okay. Perfect. So let me see. We have just 15 minutes left. What I would propose, if it's okay for everyone, is to stop there, because what I want to do next is to start a more technical part, and in 15 minutes there is not much I can say. Maybe I can do 1 hour 15 for the next lecture, or I can also introduce. Okay, let me say a few words about what we're doing next. Okay.
Sir, there is nothing like that. You can just brief what all we have done in 5 minutes. Then we can finish and we can start new topic, as you are saying, into the next session tomorrow. So there is nothing like that. You just have to spend more time.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah. So I will take then a few more minutes next time, so that overall the teaching time is the same. But right now it's a good moment to stop. So basically, what we've done now, I think that I convinced most of you that there is a very natural and deep connection between high-dimensional inference information theory and the statistical physics of disordered systems, of Ising type of models. This type of analogies this is more than an analogy. These are really formal mappings, and therefore you can exploit the full toolbox of spin glasses to say many things about high-dimensional inference. So what we're going to do next, so I will spend, by the way, most of what I said today is in the lecture notes already. So what we're going to do next time is to exploit this analogy. This deep connection. Again, this is not just an analogy. To derive this result here, okay? Because as we said, this is really the main result, because once you have this formula, you can simply take a derivative of the right-hand side of this replica formula with respect to lambda to get access directly to the minimum mean square error, which is really the ultimate goal in this analysis, okay? But now the point is how to tackle this problem. And the way we are going to tackle this is through a very important method called the replica method, which was devised by a statistical physicist in the 70s and further developed to obtain a very powerful framework by Giorgio Parisi in the 80s. And since that, it has been one of the main tools to analyze high-dimensional statistical problems, whether they come from spin glasses, inference, machine learning. It's a very important concept. Method which is now also used by information theory theorists daily. If you look at many papers in, I don't know, the IEEE transactions on information theory, there are tons of things written based on the replica method, because you will see that the replica method is not a rigorous method. It's very heuristic. You have to assume things which you cannot vindicate mathematically, but it works. And in many high-dimensional problems, it's the only thing you can do. There are no other techniques that can give exact results. And then what you can do is, a posteriori, once you obtain a formula, a guess, let's say, it's more than a guess, it's really a computation, but with this heuristic method from physics, once you obtain a prediction for your object of interest, let's say the mutual information, you can then try to ask mathematicians, look, it's a very important problem. I think the answer is the following. Can you prove it? And now the answer is yes. Mathematicians have developed very powerful techniques to prove rigorously this kind of statements. I've myself worked a lot on proving this kind of things. It's a very interesting field. And usually it's not that you prove that the steps of the replica methods that I'm going to show you are correct. This you cannot. But you can prove the final result in a completely different way. So this is an interesting approach to high-dimensional statistics. You first guess the formula, first derive the formula using physics, and then you prove it using completely independent method that have nothing to do with the replica method. So I will not have the time to present the rigorous techniques, but it's in lecture notes that I've written that I can give you access to if some of you are interested. But I will show you how the replica method works in detail tomorrow. So it will be the most technical day. I don't think, I mean, from my point of view, what we've done until now was not technical.
But for us, last 2 days has also been so technically sound because we don't much of do as I
yes,
told
yes.
you. But today was, yes, I was also able to get something.
Most of the things I've been saying were conceptual things. So that I've done 1 or 2 computations in random matrix theory, but it was mostly conceptual. Tomorrow we'll spend the day on trying to really learn this one technique, this replica method. And then I would propose to spend part of the last day, if so there are 2 possibilities. Or the last day we do another technical part on what we call message passing algorithms, which is this Bayesian algorithm this Bayesian algorithm which allows to match the performance of the minimum mean square error estimator beyond this algorithmic threshold. Or I discuss this algorithm a bit, but in less detail. I don't show you the whole derivation, which is pretty lengthy. I show you the algorithm, I give you I explain you the meaning, and then we spend more time on wrapping up by explaining other applications of all the techniques I've been discussing. I could spend an hour and a half on showing you many other applications of these techniques in machine learning, in communication, and things like this. And maybe we could end on this so that you have a broader view of why these kind of concepts are useful. So if this
I think, sir, we all, yes, would like to go with option 2. We would like to get more ideas of machine learning applications, how information theory and Bayesian inferences fit to the different communication systems, machine learning, and other approaches. So if we may follow derivation part less, in the last day, we can keep it bit light.
We'll do that then. So tomorrow will be the only day where, tomorrow will be a day of calculations, so have a good sleep. But hopefully by the end of the day you will be able to use the replica method, or at least to read again the notes and understand the replica method by yourself. And the day after, we will see many pictures and examples. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. So I thank everyone. Is there anything you were saying?
No, that's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. John Barbier. I would also like to thank Dr. Julio. I think for you, time has also got a little bit more lagged. Is it fine with you, Dr. Julio, or the time has it is odd time for you? Is it?
It's okay. Yeah, it's kind of early in the morning, but okay.
Oh,
The stuff is
okay. Thank
interesting
you.
though.
Thank you for adhering with us, and I have seen how sincerely you have been attending all the sessions. And again, I would like to thank all the participants who have been hearing and trying to catch up with the mathematics behind all the Bayesian inferences that we keep on using day to day into our different applications. But yes, now we are trying to learn more of the mathematical frameworks behind it. So with these words, I wouldn't take much time. We have done lot of mathematics, and tomorrow is the another more derivations, new methods we are going to learn. And definitely, sir, is there any changes in the notes? I have already shared notes in the group. So should I share the latest version also?
The link that I've sent is the one on which I'm working anyway. So if people click,
so I will share the PDF and overleaf link already shared with everyone. So with this, I would like to thank you spending so much time and giving so much energy in writing, deriving all the equations throughout with us. We really thank you so much, and our sincere gratitude to all the participants as well as to the Dr. John Barbier, who has kindly accepted our invitation and has been with us from last 3 days. Thank you, sir, and thank you all the participants.
goodbye. See you
See you
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Bye bye. Thank you.